what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you're destiny. And cry out loud, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you're destiny.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. I never know how to start the stream. How's it? How's it going? Yeah, that's how what I say. Wait, isn't there a way that you say how you go? Yeah, like if you're in Australia, say you say how you going, right? Is that right? Did I get that right? Any Australians in the audience? Wait, don't dox yourself. Um, oh wait, then I can't ask you that question. This is an awkward way of starting off this show, but awkward's on brand for me, I guess. Anyway, yeah, we're here again, here to talk about this drama that's going on between Vaush and Ana. I mean, I guess that's how Vaush wants it. It's really weird the way that he's trying to leave Jink out of it. Obviously, Jink is not going to stay out of it. Obviously, Jink and Ana are a package deal. You can't really separate them, but somehow Vaush thinks he can maintain a good relationship with Jink and just, you know, criticize Ana, which I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like when they're both signing off on all the bad things that they do. You were on a walkabout. Oh my God, no. Super awkward is on. Turn down that volume. What in the world is going on? No, no, no. Come on. Ah, really? When it's hard to turn down the volume on your phone, you know that it's an awkward stream start, and everything's awkward. Like, right? Like, I swear to God, the camera's straight. And yet, if I look at the mirror, it looks like the mirror's diagonal. The tiger picture's okay, but the mirror is diagonal. Yeah, my room's diagonal. What I'm saying is that everything's at an angle here. Anyway, yeah, we're talking about Jink and Ana today, once again, because that keeps on blowing up. It's blowing up continually. And when we started this, I think I said something like, look, Vaush is bad. I've pointed out Vaush bad. Literally Vaush bad, though. Literally Vaush bad. Vaush probably... Yeah, you're right, J-Rock. You're right, J-Rock 71. I think you're right. I think that Vaush wants to do some kind of content, some kind of debate, some kind of drama with Jink Uger, and he probably won't get it. Like, Jink did not seem very interested in talking to him. I feel like Jink would have... Jink. I feel like Vaush would have actually better luck with Ana. Ana, Vaush, if you're out there, you know, I know you watch all my streams and stuff, just like Chud Logic does, but you should try to debate Ana. You say that Ana won't debate you. You say that she's afraid. I don't think so, right? For better or worse, I think she'll take your debate. One in chat if you think I'm right. If you think that Ana would debate. Here, I'm gonna start off on my trampoline. Just because it's less comfortable for my feet, and I got to be on my toes. There we go. Well, she hates him, yeah, but I think that's why she wants to tear him up, and I'm not convinced that she couldn't. Anna specifically said she won't talk to I mean, she says that, right? She says that. I don't know. She seems to be a spicy lady, much like myself, although unlike myself, she does not support trans rights. So, and that is the difference between Anna and Vaush, right? That they're both bad at some things, but the TYT is verifiably worse when it comes to trans rights. Verifiably worse when it comes to certain issues, but then Vaush is like worse on other things. And I wanted to get into that today. I wanted to show what's been going on with them, what's been said. I think that's part of Anna's freakout. She claims she'll never talk to Vaush. I mean, it's possible. They do seem to keep it contained, I think, to the members only show from what I've seen. It's only really she blocked you. Anna blocked you on Twitter. That's a, you know, badge of honor. She said, "You're garbage. I won't debate you. F off." Yeah, I mean, you're right. Lib on lib violence. I mean, pretty much, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even give him that, right? I don't think that Anna can be classified as a liberal anymore. I think that Anna has, like, I don't know, for lack of a better term, I'm gonna have to use a wrestling term here, chat. And you know how much I know about wrestling. I famously got made fun of by one Dylan Burns for calling kayfabe K-fab because I thought it sounded fab. I thought it sounded fabulous, but it's not. It's kayfabe. When wrestlers pretend to be angry at each other and put on a show and like, oh, I'm gonna get you, you other wrestler. Yeah, that's what they say. I'm gonna get you, you other wrestler. When they do that whole thing, you know what I'm talking about, the wrestler thing where they get up there and they're so mad at each other and stuff like that. That's called, they're not really mad at each other. It's kayfabe. But yeah, I think that to use a wrestling term, Anna's going into business for herself. She's basically she's doing her own thing, and who knows where she'll end up, right? There's a market out there for grifty left liberals like Anna. But yeah, and then with Vaush, it's like, what? Okay, so here's the difference, right? Anna doesn't want to be associated with the left, right? Vaush wants to call himself a leftist, but he wants to change what that means, right? You could be a leftist but not understand intersectionality at all. You could be a leftist but be extremely anti-black. That's the world that Vaush kind of wants, right? So like I said, they're both bad for their own reasons, and we're to cover them fighting, and I'm going to try to show you why, like, Vaush is not a good alternative to Anna, and Anna's not a good alternative to Vaush. I dislike them both. I think that Anna has finished her heel turn. Has she? Wait, really? Electric Brain, do you know something I don't know? She might do a vid with Dave Rubin. That is possible now. That is entirely within the realm of possibility at this point. Incidentally, you saw the Barbie movie. What was it like? It's all kayfabe. Anna's just mad that Vaush is not sold on her latest move. Yeah, I mean, if he was speaking nicely about her, I think she'd be more okay with him. And some people have, like, right? So we do have Ben Burgess, who so far has defended Anna. There are certain people on the left, right, that still are on Anna's side. And you could see how long it took organizations and public figures who have some kind of a relationship with TYT to actually get the message of, like, these are not your friends. It's like a zombie thing. It's like a zombie thing. It's like Anna and TYT got bit by a zombie, and they're all like and stuff like that. And some of their friends were like, oh no, they're okay. They just like, here, let's put some disinfectant on that bite, clean that up for you. And they're like trying to bite them, and they're like, no, that's a zombie. That's not your friend anymore. That's a zombie. Highly recommended, the Barbie movie. I might have to see it, but if I see it, it'll basically be because of how much right-wingers hated it, right? I would not normally pay money to see anything in a theater. I don't know, like my habits have changed since the panini transpired, right? I don't really go to movies anymore. She's pretty much on the right now. I'm still waiting for why I left the left speech. Yeah, someday. I wore my mask to the theater, only took it off for a couple of minutes. I mean, that's probably smart. A lot of people seem to think that the panini has left us. It is definitely not. In fact, the latest thing I've seen is that, like, in certain areas, at least, it's it's becoming more common. People, it's spreading more rapidly. But yeah, we've got a lot to cover today. We're also going to talk about Marianne Williams' son. God, I always get her name wrong. I always want to make it Marianne Williams, but it's Marianne Williams' son. That is her name. She's running for president as a Democrat. And considering, like, who's in the race so far, I don't know. She's, like, the only alternative to Joe Biden, and she's not a good alternative to Joe Biden. She's a terrible alternative to Joe Biden for reasons that I'm going to get into today. You're going to see them very apparently when she has a little... I mean, just the fact that she went on Bill Maher's, his, what is it called? It's not Real Time. It's Club Random. Yeah, Club Random is his show. We're not talking about Real Time. We're not talking about new rule. Wait, why is everything so loud? Stop. Why is everything making a noise? You know what it is? I'm just, like, uncomfortably warm today. That's what's going on. But yeah, Marianne Williamson is going to have a talk with Bill Maher. There's going to be some pushback, maybe more pushback than you're used to, because, like, a lot of times what Club Random is Bill Maher missing his time at the Playboy Mansion, right? You know, Hugh Hefner? Mr. Playboy guy, the guy that runs Playboy, Hugh Hefner had a mansion, and I'm gonna get this wrong because I'm not like, right, this is not something of my time, right? But apparently he had this mansion. It was called the Playboy Mansion. He would hire, you know, younger, pretty girls to work there, and their job was kind of to inflate the egos of the 50-year-old plus men that would go there. So they'd be like, you know, really interested in a guy like Bill Maher. Oh, Mr. Maher, like let's hang out, right? Let's so yeah, you know, and there was like a grotto there. There was like a cave that you could go in that had like a little swimming area. There were, you know, reportedly wild parties and you know, many encounters between celebrities and between celebrities and people that worked there. And I mean, that was kind of your job, just their egos. I mean, they might inflate something else as well, right? There might have been a lot of things getting inflated there. And so this is what Bill Maher is used to doing, right? So he's like kind of a guy that maybe because of his status in media, he got the sense that he was more attractive, that he was cooler than he actually was. He got to go to parties, right? Is what I'm trying to say, right? At the very least, and probably a little bit more than that, right? So yeah, he's oh wait, Spark, you know about this stuff. When Secrets of Playboy documentary came out, I subscribed to the service carrying it. Okay, so yeah, let me know if I get anything wrong or if there's any information you want to add. Bill Maher thinks he's a rebel when he's just a lib. Yeah, and that kind of rebellion, like, right, it comes out of the sexual revolution, which is like, we're talking about like late 60s was the, I mean, it's, you know, sexual revolution was like a sea change. It wasn't just in the late 60s. But that maybe that's the peak. That's where the wave hit its peak in the mid 60s. And I mean, like, there's some good parts to it, right? Like birth control became more common. I mean, this is where, you know, this is where you know, some second wave feminism sort of arose out of this. Now, right, obviously with the caveat that second wave feminism is the home to a lot of TERFs too, in addition to being, you know, kind of a rise in feminism in general, right? But there was a lot that went on during during the sexual revolution that was good. But you got to remember, these were boomers, and not to dunk on anybody because of their age, right? Because I know that term gets thrown around a lot, but they were like legitimately of the baby boom generation, and their version of sexual liberation looked a lot more like men getting access, you know, to women, right? And a lot less of what we think of as sexual liberation now, which is, you know, encompasses like women's liberation as well. I think I got to mention it to you. It would behoove me to mention this to you, that in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, you will be served an ad. And that is if you do not have a subscription. If you do not have a little Persona 2 avatar by your face, you are in danger of being taken out of the stream for 1 minute and 30 seconds. You can get out of that if you have Amazon Prime and you hook it up to your Twitch and you get a Twitch Prime sub and you use it on me, right? That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is you can pay for that sub outright. It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile. And the third way that you can deal with that, and this is a little bit, you know, this isn't a sure thing, but, you know, if none of those other things work for you, if you don't have the money to pay for your own sub and you don't have Amazon Prime, you might possibly be gifted a sub just by being an awesome chatter, just by being active in chat. So that's your best bet. If you can't handle any of those, just be active in chat, and maybe someone will take pity on you and get you out of that ad break. So there were 2 Playboy mansions. The first one was in Chicago, and a lot more people are familiar. Yeah, the one that I always thought it was in LA, but I guess there were 2 of them. So yeah, the one I think the one that Bill Maher went to was in LA. So what I'm trying to say to you is that Bill Maher was cool. Bill Maher used to go to parties, right? Bill Maher used to get the attention of women half of his age, and then Hugh Hefner died. And when that happened, the Playboy Mansion became like just somebody's house, right? Or a rich person's house, but like, right, it became essentially just somebody's house. So he lost access to everything that he had access to with the Playboy Mansion. He's trying to like kind of relive those days through this show that he has now called Club Random, which is literally, you go down into Bill Maher's basement, you go down into Bill Maher's man cave, whatever you want to call it, right? You know, he's got drinks, he's got clove cigarettes. He always wants to drive that home, that these are clove cigarettes that he's smoking and not anything else. Don't get it twisted, right? Don't get it twisted what he's smoking, because they're clearly clove cigarettes for him to be able to keep his monetization. But he smokes clove cigarettes with his guests, and he offers them alcohol. Most of the guests, because these are like, you know, Marianne Williams, right? Jordan Peterson, just celebrities, mostly kind of weird, like right-leaning. Bryan Cranston is somebody he had on that's not super right-leaning, right? So most of them are just like, I want to go on a podcast. Here's a podcast, Club Random, Bill Maher, right? They're not really interested in getting wasted. They're not interested in accidentally saying something that they shouldn't, right? They don't have a lot of incentive to drink out. So it's mostly Bill Maher pouring himself drink after drink after drink, smoking clove cigarettes and interrupting them, right? Tim Heidecker. I always think I'm pronouncing it wrong because it sounds too much like Heidegger. And I believe Sam Cedar actually made fun of Tim for that. But Tim Heidecker has lampooned Bill Maher's Club Random with his own, what is it called? Office Hours. Yeah, Office Hours with Tim Heidecker. But yeah, it's a terrible podcast interview show that you're just like indulging this guy. If you're there, you're indulging Bill Maher's ego. You're not really promoting yourself as much as, I mean, he literally promotes his comedy. Can you imagine going to see Bill Maher's comedy? Oh yeah, that's a hot ticket. I want to go see Bill Maher try to be funny on a stage. That sounds great, right? But yeah, it's like interviews are supposed to be about the guest, and Bill Maher's show is all about him. Anyway, Marianne Williams goes on his show, and we're gonna see how much pushback she offers, and in what way against Bill Maher's liberalism, right? Which is, like I said, it really is like him remembering the good old days, complaining about the kids now, complaining about the culture now, complaining about cancel culture, complaining about free speech and how illiberal liberalism can really be, right? And just all the rest. It's nasty stuff, right? And then, look, we got something really cool for you. One in chat, if you were here on Friday, right? I want to know. One in chat, if you were here on Friday and you saw what went down between myself and a certain Z-list streamer known as Chud Logic. Some people were here. Some people know what I'm talking about, right? Look, I hadn't watched Chud's VOD until somebody showed me. Somebody showed me how it went down from Chud's end, and it looks like I kind of dunked on him. I wasn't trying to dunk on him, right? I thought it was very nice, but the way that it came off on his end was very embarrassing for Chud for a number of different reasons, including the fact that some of the chat actually agreed with me. I was surprised by that, right? I consider that, you know, that chat, Chud Nation, Spicy Chat, all that stuff, I consider that place to be very hostile to somebody like me. But it wasn't entirely that way, and it's kind of surprising. And I see now why Chud did not want to come on and talk to me. The offer's on the table, Chud, if you're interested, but I'm not going to twist your arm or anything like that. You do you, Chud, and if you don't think it's valuable to you, if you don't think you can get anything out of it, if you think that it might end up deflating your ego a little bit, then I can understand you not wanting to have that conversation with me. But just for the record, I was willing and ready and to have you on after the Peter Coffin video. Chud is based, yeah, based on a lot of things. let's see, misogyny, racism, transphobia, I don't know, yeah. Based on what exactly, Globbits? But look, it's nice that I have some Chud Nation in here. Look, I know that you can't stay away from me, Chud Nation. You missed me, admit it. And that's why you're here. You're here to see, like, how deep the rabbit hole goes, how much of a woke scold I can be, and all the other things, and how much I can embarrass your parasocial daddy, because you're kind of into that. I noticed that too. You like it when I make him look silly, and I promise you, I wasn't trying to make him look silly, but it looks like I made him look silly anyway. So we're gonna look at what it looked like from his end of things, and you know, how silly we can make him look today. Turkey based. I mean, yeah, he's kind of a turkey. But yeah, we're not, like I said, I don't hate anybody. You're here to see toe? Wait, not just foot, but toe. I mean, that's way down from where my camera is, but... Oh yeah, thanks for mentioning Doc Butler. Yeah, Trump has gotten himself in another indictment, right? And this one's kind of worse. We're talking about RICO charges in Georgia, and those are bad for, you know, two reasons. One reason is that he's been essentially accused of running a criminal organization in Georgia. This is the one he feared the most. The other thing about it, right, is it's a state charge. So, like, check it out, all right? Federal charge. He's got a lot of those, okay? If he gets convicted on a federal charge, theoretically, he could pardon himself. We don't know if that'll actually work, but I mean, I can't say that it won't. I can't say that it won't happen for sure either, right? So he could potentially pardon himself from a federal charge. State charge, right? So federal charge, president can pardon you, right? State charge, usually governor can pardon you. Well, that's okay. There's a Republican governor in Georgia. Oh, wait, but it's the same person that he was making that perfect phone call with. It was the same guy that was on there making that pushing the guy to find, you know, 11,000 votes for him, right? It's that guy. That's who he's got to count on. And guess what else? Guess what else? Georgia is a little different than most states in that a governor by themselves cannot pardon you. It's like a 5-person panel or something like that. Anna is a birthing person. Win elections, invade Georgia, easy. I mean, there we go. There we go. You could just roll back the states' rights. Very Republican thing to do here. So yeah, we got. Am I missing anything? Oh yeah, Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh. I forgot to mention Matt Walsh. There have been leaks on Matt Walsh from his time as a DJ. Does anybody remember what it was called? Like, he had, like, you know on Family Guy when Stewie and Brian have a talk show, like a wacky morning radio show, and it's called, like, no. I'm sorry. It was called like Weenie in the Butt or something. Walsh had a show that was called like something in the Crank, and the other guy was the Crank, and I can't remember what it was called. Does anybody remember? Thank you for blessing me. Yeah, sneezing is pretty intense with me. Matt Walsh is very concerned about the white race. Yeah, we looked into that a little bit earlier. Maybe we could rehash that, as well as see what new leaks have opened up. New leaks are spilling out. But yeah, hey, look, I'm glad we got some Chud Nation in here. Make sure to share everything with the Spicy Chat. I'm sure they're very they very much want to know what's going on. There's some weird stuff going on. We'll get into that in a second. The first thing that we got to do though is check in on another friend of the VOD, and that is Vaush Vidya. Vaush. So look, just so people don't think that I always only show you what's bad about Vaush, right? He's a mixed bag, and there's some things that I don't disagree with him on. This is something that I actually didn't expect him to admit, right? But this is the graph that people like Thana, Vaushmod Thana, were sending around saying that this proves Vaush is right about men. He's actually come out, and I guess maybe because Shu is yeah, this is a graph of what is it, like political allegiance of 12th grade boys, and it shows that there's a lot more conservative 12th grade boys than there are liberal 12th grade boys, and it's like so Vaush I guess recognized the same concerns that I have with this graph, doesn't really put a lot of stock in it. So good on you, Vaush, good on you, right? But we're about to see some stuff that's not so good. Not so good for Vaush. I have to go to his channel here and go to that one.
Ana Kasparian is so mad, it's unbelievable. It's actually one of the maddest I've ever seen a person be about me.
Look, he's a mixed bag, and that's what I think is dangerous about Vaush, okay? Is that if he was just like a reactionary on the right saying this stuff, he'd just be another quartering, right? He'd just be another Chud logic. Just kidding. He'd just be another dude, right? But he's not. He's not. He's trying to take a reactionary version of leftism and displace actual leftism with that, right? And take on words like woke scold to weaponize against the actual left, right? You know, he basically he is dangerous because when a lot of people first encounter Vaush, it's like Vaush saying, "Hey, look at this transphobe. This transphobe is bad. Yeah, Vaush, that transphobe is bad," right? You know, like there's a lot that he says that's not objectionable. But it's mixed in with a lot of misogyny, a lot of anti-black racism, and really kind of a paternalistic view towards trans people. Wokes are cold. I mean, sometimes. I'm not cold though. Did somebody say spicy? Did somebody say chat? A mixed bag of nuts. That's what I'm talking about, Daddy boy. Anyway, so let's get into those nuts.
So Thana, respected mod, site mod, Thana posted this, essentially saying, you know, Ana Kasparian won't talk to Vaush. Okay, so to be clear, by the way, I'm not incessantly challenging Ana Kasparian to a debate. She's too cowardly to talk to me. She never will. I know that. I'm not, like, I know it would be pointless to go on and on about it. But she's really insecure about the fact.
I don't agree. I think that Ana is very volatile in terms of impulsive. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think she could get mad enough where she does challenge Vaush to a debate.
Fact that she won't debate me. So anyway, Thana posts like, "Well, she's willing to talk to Ben Shapiro." And Kasparian responded with this. And if this doesn't make it into a copy pasta, okay, then I'm genuinely disappointed with you people, because look at this. Unlike Vaush, Shapiro never once called me retarded or a bitch over disagreements. That's how big boys who don't snort addies during unhinged streams act. I don't know anyone a conversation.
Okay, so just to go back to the origin of this, right? Like, Vaush called Ana a TERF, which is true to some degree, right? Ana's definitely on that gender-critical pipeline, right? She's getting more and more TERFy as the days go on, right? That's true, right? But he didn't just call her a TERF, he called her a bitch TERF, right? And, like, what is the purpose of that? I mean, look, I'll be the first one to say that there are probably non-misogynist ways that you could use the word bitch, but somebody that's been misogynistic on main in order to get J.K. Rowling's attention, I don't think it's the right, given the context, given his record, he can't really do that. And so what is the purpose of calling her a bitch? Like, also, when you're dealing with a TERF, trans exclusionary radical feminist, right? Or gender critical of any variety, but especially like a TERF, right? And yeah, Ana kind of acts like a TERF, right? The last thing in the world you want to do is confirm their accusation against people that support trans rights of being misogynistic, right? That is what TERFs attack trans people with. That is what TERFs attack trans advocates with, right? So it's like you're feeding is what you're doing, right? I I'm not even making a moralistic argument before somebody comes in here and calls me a woke scold, all right? This isn't even a moralistic argument. This is an argument about strategy. This is an argument about tactics, right? Just from a tactics standpoint. I mean, yeah, and he also calls her the... I buried the lead, didn't I? No, I mean, I don't know. I think that... but anyway, the irony of this beef started because Vaush called Anna the Arsler, which him and Zan have been using a lot more casually after talking to Keffels. I can only side with Anna on just that. I mean, look, you don't have to side with Anna. You don't have to side with Vaush. That is what I'm here to tell you. They're both trash. They're both absolute trash, okay? And particularly because... Oh my god, I don't know where I was going. It's too hot. It's too hot. I can't remember. Oh, Keffels. I know. Look, Keffels was a friend of mine, right? It really sucked for me. And Keffels was on the right side of a lot of things. What am I trying to say? I might have to go back and have chat, like look at chat to remind me. He's not beating the racism allegations. He's not beating the misogynistic allegations. And like, look, at the very least, he's extremely paternalistic towards trans people. So even on the one issue that he's usually good, like, right, you know, you never see him like, you know, siding with TERFs or anything like that, but he's still weirdly paternalistic towards trans people. And just like Anna, right? This didn't come out of nowhere. It wasn't just like Anna, you know, popped off and like attacked, you know, trans people one day. It was her getting mad by the fact that somebody used the term birthing person. And then when she expressed this anger, and people were like, you're kind of acting like a TERF here, Anna, that made her even more mad. This is the same thing that we see with Vaush, right? His worst moment in terms of trans people, in terms of LGBT people, came when, you know, there were LGBT people that disagreed with him on something, right? It's like a reactive sort of thing that gets him into this mode of attacking the community that he's pretending to defend, right? It's hard to buy that, right? What's wrong with name calling Anna? Well, wait, okay, so what's wrong with name calling J.K. Rowling, right? Let's go back to the J.K. Rowling thing, right? If you see J.K. Rowling on the internet and you're a Pokemon trainer, all right, and you decide to say, misogyny, I choose you. What's wrong with that? What's wrong? What's wrong with me seeing J.K. Rowling, she brings out her Squirtle, and I'm like, I'm going to get my Charmeleon. I'm going to get my Charmander. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with using a Charmander on a Squirtle? What's wrong with using a fire type on a water type, right? It doesn't work. That's the worst Pokemon you could possibly pick. Vaush picked Misogyny, the worst Pokemon he could have picked in that battle against TERFs, against gender criticals, against people whose main point of contention is that like trans rights is somehow misogynistic in nature. That you use the misogyny and you confirm their, you know, their bias. And look, like, we know that's not true, right? You could even say that maybe Vaush was not being serious, not being 100%, you know, he doesn't mean that, right? So he knows it's not true, but who doesn't know it's not true? Everybody that J.K. Rowling retweets that to, right? So I'm like generally, I'm not somebody to get all up in somebody's face over using the word bitch, because it gets used in a lot of different situations to mean a lot of different things. Sometimes like a, you know, self, you know, like a term that's applied to oneself, or, you know what I mean? There's a lot of different ways that word can get used. But when it gets used like to attack somebody that's being a bit of a TERF, I feel like you're feeding, right? So you're the person that says, like, I see your Squirtle, and I'm gonna bring out my Charmeleon. I see your water type, and I'm gonna bring out my fire type. Water beats fire. Come on, how hard is that? So just from a strategic point of view, even if you don't have any, like, you know, you're a super edgy leftist and you don't want to think about, you know, the people catching strays and stuff like that, right? It's a bad idea. That's what's on a very basic level. That's what's wrong with it. Yeah.
Or debate. but I especially have no interest in antisocial creeps like Vaush. Simple. And it's so good on so many because she's like cycling through every insult she can think of, right? And okay, because I tweeted this, but I think Ana Kasparian is so afraid of me that I'm in her mind, I'm morphing into the thing she despises and fears the most, a homeless person. So she has to insinuate.
So not to miss the fact that Ana Kasparian's being a complete piece of shit too. She attacks him like this time. It's about Ben Shapiro and her comeback from Vaush's mod saying, this is a person who pals around with Ben Shapiro. This is a person who's done content with Ben Shapiro, right? Anna's comeback to that is like, well, unlike Vaush, Ben Shapiro doesn't call me the arsler. Ben Shapiro's got his big boy pants on, and he's not immature, and he's going to say, Anna, I think you're wrong about this, this, and this, and this issue, but he's not going to call Anna a bitch. He's not going to call Anna the arsler. He's not going to call Anna any of the myriad of things that Vaush is going to, call her, right? So, the way that they're taking this now is that, like, well, that's just civility politics, right? You're worrying about name calling? Not to her face, of course. What's up, Morpheus? Was this back when Vaush told J.K. Rowling to shut up? No. This, like, I'm bringing that as an example of where Vaush fails as an interlocutor, right? As a debate person on a public stage, right? Because that's his big claim to fame. He is the strong man that is going to show the left how to stop being so soy, because that's why we lose, according to Vaush. We're too soy. We're SJWs. We worry about identity politics. We worry about civility politics, and he's going to show us how to do leftism more like a right winger, because that's strong. Do you see what's wrong with that? This guy kind of worships right wing aesthetics. This guy kind of worships right-wing sensibilities, right? And that's sort of what he's bringing in. Now, like, I'll give him the credit to say that, like, he's a libertarian socialist or whatever he calls himself, and that he's not doing it for, like, right-wing reasons, but he's somebody that kind of came from that edgy sphere of things, came from the right, came from that Gamergate mentality, and didn't really unpack his stuff, right? Because that's for woke scolds. Only woke scolds are telling me to unpack my shit, and the woke scolds are wrong, and the woke scolds are the reason that we're losing. And what I'm going to show you is that if we sort of worship right-wing aesthetics, we'll be strong. I mean, do you see what's wrong with that? If we operate as if our enemies are doing things right, and we need to adopt their tactics, is that really strength? Right? Does the strength of the left come from something like a dominance paradigm? Is that where the strength of the left is? Is that what the intersectionality is about? Is showing strength, flexing on those rightoids, showing them that we can say the N-word just as easily as you can. We can say call people the R-slur just as easily as you can, right? I mean, like, that's his mentality. And I think it's pretty obvious to me what's wrong with that, both in terms of, just like, I mean, you got a lot to unpack, right? First of all, and second of all, it doesn't work. It's a failed strategy. And you're in this mindset where you think that there's something inherently strong about that dominance, principle, right? You're essentially idolizing and emulating the right wing in an attempt to promote leftism. Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here.
I'm a drug addict. So, like,
but here's where she goes wrong. Yeah, she was, like, attacking him over the top, right? She says, Ben Shapiro doesn't call me slurs. Ben Shapiro is mature, and also Ben Shapiro doesn't snort addies. Okay. So what I'm saying isn't that Vaush is wrong about Anna. What I'm saying, oh my god, Faye Molly, thank you for the resub. Meow. What I'm saying isn't that Anna's wrong about Vaush. I'm saying they're both right. I'm gonna agree. Anna, you say Vaush is trash? You're right. Vaush, you say Anna is trash? You're right. You're both trash. So get in the dumpster, okay? Get in the dumpster together, because you deserve each other. No two people deserve each other more than Vaush and Anna here.
10 milligram Adderall prescription, which is like the lowest
Yeah, Ben Shapiro's absolutely also trash, and yeah.
dose you give adults.
And also, I want to point out about Vaush's, criticism of Ana for, for working with Ben Shapiro. This is a guy that's worked with Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool. You got no comeback from that, right? Anna's comeback about the Ben Shapiro thing was that I went on Ben Shapiro's mainly to argue with him, right? And that's true. The Anna Ben Shapiro conversation was a long time ago, and at that point, Anna had not like triangulated to the right yet, right? So mostly Anna was disagreeing, and mostly Vaush was disagreeing with Charlie Kirk and Tim Pool, but they still did do content together. So you're both right. You're both right there. I don't think snorting Addies works well. Oh my god! Like, look, I cannot endorse any sort of thing that might cause like harm to any sort of activity that might harm your health. I would say no on that. Oh wow, it's taken a while for the resub to actually go through, but there it is. There's the sound for it. Speaking of Charlie Kirk, did the swelling go down? Wait, do you mean his face? Do you mean how his like head is kind of swollen and his face is like all small? Is that the swelling you're talking about? They have to make money, and the left clearly isn't giving them enough for those. Yeah, for those dresses. I mean, yeah, Anna's wardrobe is probably quite expensive, much more expensive. Although Vaush has been trying to flex his wardrobe a little bit too lately.
And she's like, this druggie, if I was in Santa Monica, he would be curled up in an alleyway. I have to, like, it's like it's just so much projection, It's really, 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 really good. And then somebody said, lol, all somebody has to do is stroke your ego and you'll work for them. That's what you're saying. And Ana Kasparian says that's right, which I feel should be completely disqualifying for like any legitimacy as a commentator. Like, she's just openly admitting, like, this is literally the Carolyn Borisenko thing, where I was a devout liberal, but then I went to a Trump rally and the Trumpers were nice to me, and it was different from the time the lefties were mean to me, so now I'm on the right. The funny thing is, in terms of behavior, she's actually acting closest to Dave Rubin right now. I don't know if you guys remember it, because a lot of Dave Rubin's career arc was before I took off as a streamer, but Dave Rubin's whole thing was, hey, I'm a liberal who just wants to have conversations across the aisle. And then it was, man, the left sure doesn't like it when I have like Nazis and white nationalists on. They're so mean to me.
Vaush and Charlie Kirk bonded over reparations. Damn, Vaush uses projection. Use projection right one time. Yeah. Countering transphobia and misogyny and ableism is... Countering transphobia with misogyny and ableism is so on brand. Yeah, and it hurts the people that you're trying to protect, right? That's the worst part about it. Speaking about the people that you should be trying to protect, we got a new sub goal down here, okay? And we can open up an extra, I think, hour of content if we hit our sub goal. Also, essentially keeping my total number of sub points over 100 is a way to keep my stream. So you notice today I'm streaming. It's Tuesday. I don't normally stream, right? I'm doing that so I'm making sure to give you 4 streams a week, right? If we maintain over 100 sub points, that means an extra day of streaming for you. So if we hit this sub goal, we'll get back over 100. We'll ensure a Sunday stream, right? Which is the one that, we're kind of worried about right now, is the Sunday stream. We'll ensure a Sunday stream, and we'll also open up an extra hour of entertainment for you. I'll go an hour longer and show you some things that you wouldn't see otherwise. That I try to save some of my best content for that last hour. When we can hit that sub goal. So if we hit that sub goal, that will help. Also, the other thing that the sub goal helps is it helps get people subs, meaning that they don't get caught in the, this is going to be like a 15-minute, the quarter of the hour ad break. It's usually the top of the hour and the middle of the hour or whatever, but this time it's like at the 15 and it's at the 45. So if you don't want to get caught up in that, again, Twitch Prime subscription can be obtained by using your Amazon Prime, integrating it under connections, going into settings and connections in your Twitch account, and setting that up and giving you a free Twitch Prime sub to use. If you use it for me, you get out of the ads, you get all the emotes, you get all the perks and everything else, and it costs you nothing, right? Another way to go about it, if you've got $5, if you've got $6 on mobile, hanging around, you can just pay for a sub for yourself and take care of it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, right? And the third option is more of a roll of the dice, right? It's like a d20, and sometimes on the d20 you roll 1 and you get eaten by the T-Rex, and sometimes you roll a 20 and you lop that Jabberwocky's head right off, right? So you could roll the dice and see if somebody is generous enough to give you a gift sub. Those have been happening more and more, so it's entirely possible. But your best bet as far as getting a gift sub is going to be if you are active in chat. In other words, if people see you in chat a lot, they're more likely to choose you, to be like, I choose you to get the gift sub. So.
But these white nationalists are nice to me, so I'm going to have them on. And then it was, why is the left so rude to me when I have conversations with the far right?
Oh my god, Mixed Secular, thank you. It's taking a second here. I don't know why there's a delay, right? So Mixed Secular just gifted a 1-month tier 1 sub to Danny Boy the Great, and we're waiting for the jellyfish to appear. Anytime now, jellyfish. Anytime. Come on, jellyfish. Can I manifest the jellyfish? Right over Vaush's face? It's gonna be as soon as I take my hands down. That's when the jellyfish are gonna come up. Come on, jellyfish. Mexecular gave a gift sub, and Mexecular is supposed to get jellyfish and bubble sounds as a reward for having given a gift sub, and yet Stream Elements, where are you at? Okay, it'll happen as soon as I...
You know, and then, like, this is why I'm leaving the left. Dave Rubin was the poster child for the joke of why I'm leaving the left. He's the guy, like, he's the person from whom, like, the template of that joke is. You know? So she's just doing that now. She's literally just saying, like, well, if you're nice to me and you stroke my ego, then, like, I'll talk to you and we're good. And not if not. Have you tried calling her a bitch nicely? I feel like I've called her that with, like, a range of tones. So probably, yeah. Check this out from half an hour ago. Yeah, so in the ongoing effort to throw darts at a board, in response to me making fun of her in the fashion that I just repeated here, Anna's now insinuating I'm a drug addict, presumably because she's so terrified of me that in her mind I begin to think of a form of things she fears most, a homeless person. Her response was, hey, Vaush.
Oh, yo.
This you?
So here we go. You're laughing.
No, I don't know what...
You're laughing. Right? Look, if you wanted to say something about that, you could say, it was a long time ago. I've grown as a person. I've learned a lot. I was angry, and I struck out in anger, and I hurt my own allies, and it really sucks. And I take accountability for that. But guess what? He never did. He wrote a joke apology for this, right? He wrote a joke apology. So he's not serious. He hasn't apologized for this. He can't say that, right? It should be really, you know, I mean, this is bad stuff, right? But it should be fairly easy to deal with this, or at least to, like, raise yourself to a level where you don't look as bad as Ana Kasparian, because Ana Kasparian is a bad look, but this guy can't do it. This guy's no leader for the left.
Clip is this? I don't know. I
have a different definition for the term love bubble. Wait, what is love? Oh, do I want to know? I kind of want to know
what this is. Who is this?
I kind of want to know. Who's this guy? Oh, I don't know. Some reactionary. Is this Chud logic?
I have
blame it on Chud. Blame it on Chud, Vaush.
No idea.
I'm so hot, chat. I'm so hot. My ponytail's literally dripping. Do you ever have that? If I don't make sense and stuff, it's because my brain is literally it's boiling. It's in its own cerebral spinal fluid, and it's not, the connections aren't firing.
Who? What a handsome chap. You know, I think he'd look great if he lost like 60, 70, 80, 90 pounds. I think he'd look great. And maybe if I
think he'd look great if he lost the reactionary baggage that he's carrying and he kind of like just unpacked that. I don't know. Do I sound like too much of a woke scold? Is it wrong of me to say there's a lot to unpack there? Are you going to cancel me for that?
changed up the hair a little bit. I don't know who this is, by the way. Isn't this from that Nazi guy? Yes, this
That
is
can
the
actually
clip cut
happen,
together by
damn.
the Nazi I hypocrite, where he took my based and red pill.
A Nazi made it happen. A Nazi. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. It was a skibbity toilet, like a Nazi skibbity toilet, came back there. And they got into Vaush just like they got into the Speaker Man. They put little parasite skibbity toilets into Vaush's neck, and they took him over, and they made him say that stuff. Yeah, it wasn't really Vaush. It was all I hypocrite's fault. The evil skibbity toilet scientist I hypocrite did it.
Thought slime meltdown.
Wait, do I have to
stream.
show you what that is? I probably do. God, see, I gotta stop using skibbity toilets as like a way of explaining things to you.
Hello, welcome back to the drama.
Oh no,
It's
we're not
Friday.
watching the little Tay thing. We already covered that. Skibbity toilet parasite. There we go. It's this one. Okay, I'll have to show it to you in long form. In long form. My style is ridiculous. Wait. This is what happened to Vaush. That's what, see? He wanted to be good, but they took him over. And that's what made him say those horrible things about trans people and about gay people, right? It's not his fault. Anyway, his style is kind of ridiculous, unironically.
And made it into a based and red. We just listen to it. It's not exactly a secret.
No more of this
Particularly the
torture.
LGBT community.
Yo, you show skibbity toilets to anybody over the age of 30, and it's tantamount to 30 to torture. This guy already got away with SA, and his fans will shield him with their lives. Well, what's ironic here is that the person that was on the call with him actually stepped up to shield him. And you I heard Vaushite saying things like, when Vaush says stuff like that, it's really just tough love. That's what I mean about paternalistic. He's going Dr. Phil on the LGBT community, and he's saying y'all have mental illness. Well, you'll see what he says, right? This is Anna's like comeback, right? Nazis use AI to create the. That's right, Chad. What is skibbity toilets? It is. Oh my god. You know how Mr. Beast grew really fast? Everybody knows Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is a huge YouTuber. He was a teeny tiny YouTuber not so long ago, like a few years ago, right? Mr. Beast grew really fast, right? Skibbity Toilets grew like even faster. It's a channel called Dufuck Boom. He uses what's it called? SFM. It's like a software called SFM to make basically like Gary's Mod kind of content, right? And he's created a series that's a battle between the skibbity toilets and the cameramen, the dudes with cameras on their heads and speakers on their heads and TVs on their head. And they're in this big war for the source filmmaker. Thank you so much, Soy Prim. Thank you. Yeah, God, I couldn't think of it. Xander Hall seems to have the bigger issue with Cornbread Tube. I mean, they're at war. There's a war, right? No, you know what? They're at war against those creators. They're at war against FD Signifier and just all of essentially all of Black Bread Tube, right? They're these people, mainly because channels like FD Signifier are growing really fast. People are really interested, and whereas Vaush has been kind of stuck at the same sub range for a long time. Yeah, so a lot of it, yeah, especially with Xander Hall, it's like jealousy. Mr. Beast is the guy with the paid half smile concealing unknown depths of insidiousness. Yeah, but I mean, like, to Mr. Beast's credit, like he didn't turn on his friend when his friend came out as trans. So like right now there's a lot of transphobes that hate Mr. Beast's guts because one of the people on Mr. Beast, Chris Tyson, she came out as trans recently, and Mr. Beast is standing in support. He's not doing Dr. Phil here. If he was, he'd be like saying, How's that working out for you? Yeah, how's that working out for you, trans people? The day FD Signifier has more subs than Destiny will be a glorious day. Yeah, I agree. Cornbread Tube is growing and Bread Tube is distancing themselves from their debate sphere counterparts. That's true.
Is cancerous as That's true. That's all you need to hear.
So that's why you're gonna hear Vaush is kind of excited for this conflict with Ana, right? You know, it's really only good for him, and it's kind of like the only way that he can grow. Everybody else that he's beefing with, he ends up alienating people, and that's why I want to kind of drive it home that it's not like Ana bad, Vaush good. Like they both got their problems, and this is not a place to look for the left, let alone like, you know, leadership for leftism, right?
This is unironically the same shit the New York Times.
Shout out to that POS Sunny V2 who made the video. Yeah, it wasn't ridiculous. Yeah, we watched that video coming. How Chris coming out would be dangerous for Mr. Beast's career. I mean, they want to say go woke, go broke. Keffels is lying on Bad Empanada, then getting proven wrong was hilarious. She just tapped out and admitted she was a grift. Yeah, basically.
Times plus Twitter did a jank when he ran for office. Ana's become what she hates the most. So, okay. I don't normally like to do this because it's not falsifiable, and I could say it about literally anything. But as is probably pretty obvious, I have a lot of connections to everyone. A lot of people won't talk to me publicly, but in private they'll talk to me. That's fine. I'm okay with this arrangement. I know that I'm, the source of a lot of...
That's the difference between Vaush and Destiny. Destiny hates that, apparently.
Drama, that's fine. But I know a lot. And
But don't worry, I don't have DMs, like, behind the scene with Vaush. I'm not like, hey, Vaush, how's it going? I know I just, like, beat you up in my last VOD, but, like, I really, you know...
Of all the organizations and groups
I wonder who it is. I wonder who it is that's like, yeah, low-key, Vaush, we kind of like you over here.
Ever been even slightly affiliated with. The Young Turks is an organization that has so many holes in it in terms of information. Like there's no comparison, you know? So many people have worked with them that have grievances or who want to talk or share their stories or whatever. And I can just say with absolute and unyielding confidence that from my behind the scenes knowledge on Ana Kasparian, there is an explainer for why she's acting this way. She's really fucking mad. I'm sorry, that's actually it. There's no secret narrative.
Devastating secret NCC Vaush correspondence confirmed.
She's
yeah,
actually
totally, everything's yo. I gotta tell a story. Does everybody, one in chat if you know who Merrick DeVille is? One in chat if you know about Merrick DeVille. Two. I'm striking out today. I mean, it's probably a good thing that you don't know. One. Some people kind of know about Merrick DeVille, right? Okay, so I mean, like Merrick's somebody that you'll see in Vaush's chat a lot. I don't really know much about Merrick these days, right? So I'm not trying to reignite old drama. I'm not mad at Merrick. I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? I'm not saying this to own Merrick, okay? I just find it really funny that she actually went to Twitter and leaked one of my DMs with her, right? So that's not a lot of context, right? If you want if you want context, you need to kind of like know what the conversation was about, etc., etc. Merrick leaked one of my conversations with her where I think I mentioned that I'd talked to Dylan, but in the context that Merrick released it, in the midst of the Dylan Burns nocommentchick like knockdown drag out drama that was going on, it made it sound like that Dylan and I were faking the drama, right? It made it sound like we were talking behind the scenes. What I said was I had talked to Dylan, before our conversation and had offered him an out because he was actually going through, I don't remember exactly what, but, there was some tough times that he was going through, maybe some family stuff or something like that. I thought that there was some chance that debating him on that day would not be good for Dylan, and so I tried to offer him an out. I thought that he was going to take that, and then at the last minute he kind of comes on and says, when are we going to start the debate, right? And I'm like, okay, right? So that's what I told Merrick, but Merrick releases one DM, has got people like tinfoil hatting of the secret plan between Dylan Burns and nocommentchick to start all the drama, and I don't know, it was silly. You know her from oh, that's right, the Savvy drama.
Mad.
But yeah, I mean, I don't keep up with Merrick enough to know much more than the fact that she's, you know, kind of friends with Vaush. And maybe that's all you need to know. Maybe that's all you need to know.
Like seething, steam coming out of the ears, like at the water cooler with the coffee cup, you know, being like, that fucking guy, like that, like mad, you know? And that's it. And
what's the Savvy drama? This is going back a few years. This is going back a while. But Savvy and Merrick, I think, were friends at one point. I think they were at least more friendly than they are now, right? And we're talking about Savvy as in sleep is socialist, right? That Savvy. That's the Savvy that I'm talking about, because there's several Savvies, including our own friend Foxy Savu, who sometimes goes as Savvy, right? But I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about Savvy. Sleep is socialist, right? So they were at a protest together, and they ended up accidentally getting they had a mutual friend who was going to get them both a hotel room, but that didn't coordinate between them and say, oh yeah, I'm also bringing in Merrick, oh yeah, I'm also bringing Savvy, right? So Merrick and Savvy didn't know that they were going to be sharing a room that night, and they were. And apparently Merrick had, you know, somebody over, had somebody kind of share, you know, her bed with her, and so some things transpired during that night that woke Savvy up, and that made Savvy uncomfortable sleeping in the same room with those kind of noises going on, if you know what I'm saying, right? And so then Savvy posted about it and was like, I felt really uncomfortable. I feel kind of violated, like, right? And Merrick was like, oh my God, I'm getting canceled. I can't believe I'm getting canceled. They're so mean. They're going to cancel me. All I did was, like, you know, whatever went on, you know, in her bed that night, right? And like, right? So I don't know. It's that's the drama between Savvy and Merrick. I don't know much more than that. Ana versus Vaush. Ana dislikes being called the R word and being called a bitch. Used a casual. Oh yeah, no, they're both bad. Ball of gopher barf. They're definitely, yeah. Like Anna's not beating these allegations either, right? I'm not picking a side. They both suck, right? And I wanted to say that Ana sucks more, but Vaush keeps on doing things that convince me otherwise. That they're just both bad in different ways, right? Vaush bad, Ana bad, Irene good. How about that? Merrick as in the tall white gal shark? Yes. Savvy as in Savvy writes books? I don't think so. I'm not sure, but I know that Savvy used to go by, or still does go by, Savvy Sleep is Socialist. What was Savvy's name on Twitter? In the video he mentioned where he supposedly, oh, we're going to watch that. Yeah, Natalie Marie, we are going to watch that. We're going to see if he beats these allegations or not, right? We'll give him a chance to rehabilitate his Thought Slime Meltdown stream, as it's called. He supposedly addressed the meltdown. Yeah, that's the thing, is he never apologized for this, right? He made an apology, but it was like a joke apology. It was an absolute, he like, you know, he wasn't serious about, like, there was no accountability, there's no apology, there's no growth, there's no learning, there's no, like, I'm a different person now, right? And look, I'm here to see some, like, redemption arcs. I don't always believe redemption arcs, right? Like, you know, trust but verify, right? But I like it when it happens. I like to see somebody, you know, changing their mind about harmful behavior that they've done in the past, right? Whether or not the people harmed by them, you know, forgive them or not, that's a different matter. Like, that's up to them, right? I don't think that people are bound to, you know, forgive people who have hurt them in the past, right? But I like to see at least, like, some kind of growth, some kind of learning, some kind of change, right? It's cool to see. So, but I mean, we're not seeing that from Vaush, is what I'm saying. Ana, I feel, is worse because TYT actually, you know, I don't think you have to pick. And look, like, whatever you want to say, like, the problem with Vaush mainly is that, unlike Ana, yeah, he's not saying I'm leaving the left, right? Vaush is trying to take over the left. Vaush is trying to displace people on the left, right? Vaush is trying to push marginalized people out of our own movements, right? That's what's wrong with Vaush, right? Is he is screwing up the left, whereas Ana is disavowing the left. So they're both harmful in different ways, right? I don't think you have to choose.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying she's not grifting or being deliberately disingenuous or that there's not.
Spectacular Snyderman, thank you. Thank you for the gift sub. Oh no, so that's a resubscribe. That's a resubscribe. I left the left because you found the bonus hole. Yeah, that's how you get out.
Financial, like, sure, gas leak politics keeps up, sure, but she's proper mad, and it's
Natalie, can you explain I'm calling on you because I know you've followed this pretty closely. Can anybody explain gas leak politics to me? I'm not sure I understand what Vaush is saying when he says gas leak politics.
Really, really funny, and this is all her fault, of course. She decided.
Sadly, it did not take me to the Mushroom Kingdom. Nice.
To be retarded. I didn't force that on her. She inhaled the gas. She drank from the lead pipe. It's not my fault. I didn't make her do that. She's being a giant bitch now. She's being a pussy. She's being a beta. Huge.
I just can't take him serious when he says stuff like that. Gas, yeah, okay. So what he's saying is that her takes... But this is the thing, is that this isn't Ana coming from a place of like not being smart enough to have good takes, right? That's not the problem. The problem is cis fragility. With Ana Kasparian, a lot of the problem is cis fragility, right? The problem is demonizing unhoused people. The problem is endorsing tough on crime policies. Just like with Vaush, the problem is half the time is white fragility.
Beta, I could beat her in a debate. I could beat her in arm wrestling. I could beat her in jujitsu. I've never done jujitsu. Could I beat Ana Kasparian in jujitsu? The answer is yes. So,
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, like, I know he's joking, right? I know he doesn't literally mean that, like, Ana's, suffering from like oxygen deprivation or anything like that, or
cowardice is maybe
it's his new version of brain rot. Got
warranted, but nonetheless,
I thought it was more. I thought maybe it would be more complicated, but no, it really is just that simple.
Deserving of mockery. I feel like I'm really gonna drag this out, because she doesn't have the self-control to not talk about me. She's too upsetty spaghetti, right? And I don't necessarily hate her. I think what she's doing is really harmful, but I think my feelings are closer to...
Thank you so much, Shakespeare. That's very sweet of you.
...contempt than hatred. I think those are meaningfully different emotions. I don't think those are the same.
Welcome to the stream, everybody.
I just think it's kind of pathetic, this whole thing. But I guess, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, has there ever been a pivot this hard, this quickly? I actually mean that. Keep in mind that TYT is not a YouTube channel. They're a full-on political organization. They had a hand in the Justice Democrats. Now,
I'm going to drag this out means I found something I can milk for content out of it. Yeah.
While I was made aware of this tweet, I was still laying in bed. I was right next to Artemy. He was flopped next to me. He was purring.
Early the morning, the sun was shining.
Purring loudly. I was the happiest guy on earth.
I was laying in bed.
I'm on cloud 9. I
was wondering if she'd changed at all.
He's a fat baby. I'm doing great. And I'm scrolling through the tweet thread, and with almost complete uniformity...
If her dress was still red, I don't know.
Every reply agreeing with her was a conservative.
My juice is still red, though.
And every reply disagreeing with her was left-leaning. The support that she's getting...
I mean, she is getting a lot of right-wing support. As one does when one says stuff like this. Yeah, I mean, like, the difference is this, right? Okay, so I'm gonna say something, all right? This might be kind of controversial, okay? But please take my take Meister in the spirit that it's given, right? I hate raisins. I don't think raisins are a good snack. Now, I'm gonna put a caveat on that, first of all right? And say that, like, I think in the proper context, raisins can be quite good, right? And the proper context is when they're mixed into cereal, yes. Raisin cereal I like, okay? Let's see something else. When they're mixed into like a granola or a trail mix, that's really good too, right? When they're mixed, I don't just want to eat raisins. Did anybody's mom ever give them raisins? So what Ana's doing is Ana's like serving raisins, right? Ana's serving like just pure turfery, pure unadulterated turfery, right? It's like so when the conservatives see the tweet, there's nothing for them not to get on board with, right? They like that. They like the raisins. They're the raisin eaters, right? Chocolate covered raisins are good too. Yeah, the other thing that's really good about raisins, has anybody ever had raisins like cooked in like a rice dish? Like raisins in a rice dish, I think is really good. In fact, any kind of cooked raisins at all have always been really good. Yeah, boxed raisins, yeah, suck. And also usually raisins are kind of dry, right? You can probably get good raisins if you know how to source them right. There's probably something, there's probably some kind of, raisins that you can get that are good, right? So I'm being histrionic, I'm being bombastic, I'm being a little bit over the top. Like, I don't actually hate all raisins, right? But I've been given raisin boxes as a snack, and I hate it, right? Because it's just pure raisins. So like Anna's rhetoric is pure turfery, right? Whereas Vaush's rhetoric is like he's mixing in stuff with the raisins. Now here's the difference though. When it comes to food, I like that, all right? But when it comes to ideology, when you get like white fragility mixed in your leftism, that's really not a good thing. That's really, because what it does is it takes our leftist communities and it makes them less accessible to marginalized people who are people who need those communities, but maybe even, at least as important, people that those communities need, right? In terms of like somebody that's gonna be able to fight the boot heel of capitalism, right? Who's going to be able to do that better? Somebody that's always had insulation of privilege, somebody who's been wrapped in that cozy, comfy insulation all their life, and they don't really know like what it's like on the ground, in terms of oppression. They don't really know what oppression feels like because they've always had that insulation, or somebody who's actually experienced that, right? So immensely harmful for the left, right? Vaush's combination of his raisins of white fragility with, otherwise unobjectionable takes, right? You came in here when I was talking about raisins, major metaphor time. That's what you get here.
Getting for these tweets is almost entirely
you get metaphors
from the right.
And you also get the top of the hour ad break, except this time it's at the quarter of the hour, the 3/4 of the hour. Yeah, that's right. See, I called it. In 5 minutes, you're going to get an ad break if you don't have a Twitch sub, right? So there's ways that you can remedy that. The first way is if you have Amazon Prime, you can get a Twitch Prime sub. You just go into your settings, go into connections, and connect your Amazon to your Twitch, and they're the same company. So that basically means that you get a free sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you get out of my ads, you get my emotes, etc., etc. You get all the benefits of anybody else that's subbed. Same benefits for free if you have a Prime, right? That's the first thing that I like to mention to people, because some people don't know that. And if you can get it for free, why pay for it, right? The second way is you can pay for it, right? If you have $5 for desktop or $6 if you are on mobile, right? You can pay to get out of it for a month, right? No commercials, no ads on my stream, and you also get all the emotes and all the perks and benefits, right? The third way is just because, like, I know that some people sometimes funds are tight and you can't afford that, right? If you're in that kind of position, my best advice to you is to just be active in chat, because the more active in chat you are, the more likely somebody is to see your name and be like, oh, that person's about to get an ad break in about 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Let me play hero today. And just get them out of that, right? So you're more likely to get a gift sub from somebody who, out of the goodness of their heart, does not want to see you get stuck in that ad break if you're active in chat. So there we go.
I scrolled through on my phone. Now, keep in mind that a lot of people have me blocked.
Not liking grapes. Oh, grapes are good, though.
So I don't have a perfect representative sample of the people here. But the pivot that has happened...
TYT has been wrong about most things lately, but their critique of the Justice Democrats was basically that they stopped establishing... I agree with you, yeah. Like, and that was weird. That was, like, so yeah, thanks for bringing that back, Michael, because we talked about that earlier. Vaush's last video about TYT, before these two videos about Anna, was essentially criticizing them for their take on the Justice Democrats, and I don't actually think they were wrong. It was like the least objectionable thing that they've said as of late, but Vaush had to make content. He had to, oh my god, look, I'm gonna have to turn your own memes on you, right? TYT bad. I mean, TYT, unironically, yeah, TYT is bad, right? But you were just in such a mindset, in such a reflexive mindset of like, you know, TYT is bad, that you didn't miss that, like, the thing that you were criticizing, like, it's like the least objectionable thing that they've done.
Has been so severe and so whiplash inducing that it has shifted into like full on just pure the top reply that I found that agreed with her, I don't know if it actually is the top reply, you know how Twitter is, it's a mess. It had like 1,000 likes or whatever, was a Nazi. The next image I saw in their media posts was them saying that you have to vote for Trump because DeSantis is cucked by the Jews. Funny, because I remember Nazis saying that of Trump back when he was president. And that the black guy who's running in the Republican candidacy, he said something like in the comic, he said slavery was bad, and he was drawn looking dumb with big lips, and was with WUZ. And that's because he said that Ron DeSantis was bad to say slavery could have benefits. And that was their post, and that guy was agreeing with Ana Kasparian. And it was like that the whole way through. Have any of you looked at the replies to that tweet? Can you confirm what I'm saying? The reason why I'm saying this is because, like, I feel that Ana Kasparian has only made my point. My point was that, like, because the lie that she and Cenk want you to believe is that their positions have been consistent, and it's just the left who are freaking out and getting wrong.
I mean, he's right about that, right? They're absolutely lying about that. Their positions have not been consistent. This is a strategic, triangulated pivot to the right for TYT in order to garner an audience that otherwise wouldn't have anything to do with them. That's true.
Piled up over nothing. When in reality, in addition to the fact that you can find clips from just a year ago which explicitly disagree with all the shit they're doing and saying right now, the fact that the right have suddenly cozied up to them to that extent is a pretty clear indicator that something about them.
I think he's exaggerating the degree to which the right are cozying up to them, right? The right are excited to see left on left fighting, right? And that's it. The right have hated TYT for a long time. I don't know. I don't know how much like support they're actually getting from the right. The real problem with TYT though is in the same way as like the problem with Vaush, right? TYT has cultivated a progressive audience. Some in that progressive audience might not be tuned in on issues like trans rights, might not pay attention to some of the drama going on. And they're just keeping on. They've always followed TYT. They get their news from TYT. They've parasocially bonded with Cenk and Ana, and they don't see what's wrong with Cenk and Ana, right? And so that, you know, there's kind of that aspect too.
Messaging has shifted, not just our messaging. Like, I attack the left for disagreements that I have with them all the time. But when I say shit about, say, for example, Jesse Gender,
it's what? Oh my god, you're parasocially bonding right now. Thank you, Paul Squall. I appreciate the 100 biddies. Meow. Where's he going with this?
are my replies suddenly filled with legions of Nazis and blue check marks? No. Because for some reason, when a left...
If you make a tweet that's pure raisins, then yes, you will get the raisin eaters coming up and eating those raisins. And I've seen it happen too, right? No, like, I mean, like, they love it.
...leaning person argue with other left-leaning people. It doesn't...
Essentially, Jessie Gender is a brand risk to you because she is what you pretend to be. This guy talks about being an intersectional leftist, right? He's not. He doesn't understand intersectional leftism. He doesn't care about it. He just wants to be the leader. He just wants to take over all of our liberatory movements, all of the liberatory movements from the marginalized people that should be in the charge of those movements. Like, he wants to take, show, like, that's what he's doing with Jessie Gender. He doesn't like that we have a strong trans person leading us in you know, an allyship with other marginalized groups, which is what Jessie Gender was doing during the Say Her Name discourse, right? That's very inconvenient for Jessie Gender. Jessie Gender is showing people what a leader on the left should be like. That's really bad for this guy because he's terrible at it, right? She's a brand risk for him. That's why he hates Jessie Gender.
Translate into conservatives supporting me. But for some reason, there's something about what Ana Kasparian is doing that is attracting near uniform adulation from the right. I couldn't really say. Anyway.
It's a weird thing to say. Like, look, she does have support from some really bad people. I found Q Shaman, okay? I found Q Shaman in Anna's replies. Now, I don't think that Anna's going to have a conversation with Q Shaman. I don't think she's got any interest in that, right? But Q Shaman was like, oh, I'd like to have a conversation with you, Anna, please, you know, right? So you know, I mean, it's not universal, but it is definitely there.
Wait, I just think it's funny how mad she is.
He's got the Habsburg chin. Is that why he's got a beard?
I think it's great.
Has anybody ever seen Vaush without his beard?
Like it when bad people are mad. I think that's good. Morally. Shu has your back.
Q Shaman somehow got released. Like like I don't know if he served his if he got off on, I think he got off on good behavior. I think he got on I think Q Shaman somehow got out early, which is wild.
I need to hold the Shu.
Do I have a pic of what, Vaush without a beard, or do I have a pic of the Ana Kasparian? It's on my Twitter, right? If you're not following my Twitter already, here, let me give you my Twitter. I won't just give you my Twitter though, right? I'm gonna give you my Twitter and I'm gonna ask you to do something, right? That is the stream. That stream is up on Twitter right now, but I need your help in making it visible because I'm not a blue check mark. I don't pay Elon $11 a month to get that reach, right? So it's going to be a little bit harder for this stream to be seen on Twitter, right? And that's where you come in. You can click that link. Thank you, Shaxba. Thank you so much. You can click that link and you can go there and wait, what if I put it in like this? Oh God. No, because like YouTube mods don't have the ability to pin it. I'll have to figure out how to do that. I need to put it here. I'll put it in. So it's like in, wait, is it? Did that work? Yeah, there we go. It's in YouTube too. So yeah, that's my tweet. Please go give it some love. Please give it a like. Please give it a retweet. If you are still on that terrible site called X, give me some help, right? Because otherwise, Elon is just gonna bury it. We don't want that.
Market here.
But yeah, while you're there, also follow my Twitter, and you'll be able to keep up on stuff like that. Because I did post the. Oh my God, is that the Peterson? Wait, what is this?
By saying incredibly problematic populist stuff now and again so that she'll...
Oh, Shu, yeah. Wait, let me see. Wait, what is he saying about Shu? This is interesting. This has piqued my interest. What's going on with the Shu thing? I thought it was Thana at first.
I need to hold the Shu market here by saying incredibly problematic populist stuff now and again so that she'll defend me for that, at least. Like the critical shit. Right, so I have to be like principled in my advocacy for that, at least. Saying incredibly I couldn't really say. Anyway, I just think it's funny how mad she is. I think it's great. I like it when bad people are mad. I think that's good. Morally. Shu has your back.
Shu has your back.
I need
Yes, thank you, Shaxba. Definitely juice that tweet. And also, if you're watching on YouTube, you can juice the stream as well, right? Just hit that like button. It helps me out immensely.
Hold the...
How many likes do we have, by the way? Where are we at? Is YouTube doing good? Have you got my back, YouTube? Let me know.
The Shu market here by saying incredibly problematic populist stuff now and again so that she'll defend me for...
Like, this is too easy. Okay, look, I don't want to... It'd be so easy to dunk on Vaush for this. I can't believe that he really means this, though. He just said that he says messed up stuff to get Shu to defend him? You need somebody to defend you on the right? What's going on? I feel like I'm somehow misunderstanding him or mischaracterizing him, or he misspoke. I'm having trouble believing that Vaush really Like does Vaush really mean what he's saying here? Because if so, that's wild. That is wild. That is just
that at least like the critical right. So I have to be like principled in my advocacy like 99 times out of 100, and then every 100th time I'm like nah, and I just have like a meltdown, and then like then I can get the
see, like every single time I want to say like maybe Vaush isn't as bad as TYT. Every single, because that's what I said first. My first inclination was like to tell you that look, Vaush, like we go over what's wrong with Vaush, right? But he's not as bad as TYT. I wanted to believe that, but I feel like it's just the furniture's moved, right? He's bad in like different ways than TYT.
Support. This is called coalition building. Okay, thank you. Unironically, though,
this is coalition building with the right wing. Good job, Vaush.
I have done a video where I go over the content of the Thought Slime Meltdown stream, the entire thing.
Oh,
and
yes, you have. Yes, you have, Vaush. And that's what we're going to watch today. We're going to see if he's beating these allegations or not. With Shu. Well, I mean, I don't know. He wants Shu to defend him to the right. I mean, I don't get it. It's like, Shu is a white supremacist, and she... who co-founded a harassment... Oh, I didn't know about that. But Ian... doesn't need to be blaming her for his choices and words. Vaush is always I mean, I wouldn't say he's the worst guy, right? Here's what I'm telling you, okay? You don't have to choose, right? What was the thing from, like, South Park? There was the shit sandwich. Does anybody remember? The shit... Well, anyway, I mean, I don't agree with South Park on this, because they were basically saying, like, Hillary Clinton's the shit sandwich, and Donald Trump is the... What was it again? Does anybody remember? Any South Park viewers in chat? Probably not in my chat. We're a bunch of woke skulls according to Chud Logic, which we're going to watch Chud Logic. We're going to see what Chud Logic said about me really soon. Douche and turd sandwich. Okay. So there's the douche and the turd sandwich. See, I would disagree, right? I mean, as bad as Hillary is, which is, she's terrible, Trump is worse, right? It's not a hard call for me to make, right? There's not a lot that's worse than Trump out there, but I will say that like the giant douche and turd sandwich, it kind of fits with Vaush and Ana, and you don't have to choose. Luckily, this is not an election, right? It's definitely not like a two-party election where you got like the Democrats and the Republicans, and if you vote for the if you don't vote for the Democrats, then the Republicans are going to win. And if you're a Republican, if you don't vote for the, you know what I mean? It's not that kind of thing where like a third party vote might just help a marginalized streamer who might just have some better ideas. And no, chat, I'm not talking about myself here. Obviously, I'm talking about Jesse Gender, right? Obviously. I see unironically though, Jesse Gender is a better leader for the left. Like gets it, is able to encourage solidarity through principled takes in a much better way than Vaush. And unlike Vaush, Jesse Gender isn't trying to throw like every fifth take to shoe on head so that she can get defended on the right? So yeah, no, definitely there's better leaders, there's better people out there, there's better streamers. You don't have to choose between TYT and Vaush, luckily.
It's not actually that bad. There are a couple of things that are mostly just like set up.
It fits more with Vaush and Destiny.
Anger, but the overall point of the rant is true. It's basically just about how woke scolds are incredibly divisive.
The woke scolds, yes, we're gonna get into the woke scolds. God, I love being called a woke scold.
In the online left community, which is, yeah, that's true. Certainly stand by that. Yeah, also, I'm a part of the...
And remember, if you support woke scolds and woke scoldry, make sure to toss a coin to your streamer. If we can get that, like I said, if we can get that sub goal up to 10 out of 10 instead of 2 out of 10, because we're 1/5 of the way there. If we can get the rest of the way there, there's a whole new world of content that opens up to you, and I can stream to you for longer. What's up, Vitingale? Good to see you, meow.
LGBT community, okay? Last time I checked, whiny, pearl-clutching white women.
But yeah, if anybody's able to give gift subs, I am seeing a lot of people in here that apparently need one,
the
right?
letters in that alphabet soup acronym. So I don't think Ana Kasparian. Stay out of our fights, Ana.
Get the tanky woke scolds, yeah.
Get out of here, you. Vaush, is it my imagination, or did the influence of woke scolds wane over time? A lot of them turned into
tankies.
Tankies.
Like Jesse Gender, huge tanky. Yeah, you remember when Jesse Gender did the stream where she was like, It was like the Soviet national anthem, and she had a big oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Colonel Ninochka from Glow. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Zoya the Destroyer. I'm sorry. I get her mixed up with Jessie Gender all the time.
Like a lot of
Remember when Thought Slime did the did the tankies stream? Like, what is he talking about? The woke skull turned into tankies? What does he even mean? I don't get it. I don't get it, Vaush. We're all tankies now. Yeah, I guess.
it shifted. Like
Everybody to the left of Vaush is a tanky. Okay.
the tender queer ultra.
The tender queers, yo. For some reason, like, I don't know. Like, tender queer doesn't sound like a bad thing to be. But wait, can somebody, I feel like somebody explained to me, like, the original meaning of tender queer, and it was totally different than what Vaush is saying right now, right? Am I right about, does anybody know about this? I feel like tenderqueers used to describe, like, white LGBTQIA people who still had, like, a lot of white fragility, right? Tenderqueer sounds like something, yeah, someone I want to know, right? I don't know, it's so, yeah. I've been following Twitch politics since October. I still don't understand what a tanky is. Oh my god. What is a tanky? That's like, that's my new video essay. Anyone who calls, honestly though, that's a pretty deep rabbit hole to go into. Anyone who calls people tenderqueer, I just assume that they are, ooh, they're not a good person. Yeah, you're probably right. What is the fourth Maoist?
Sensitive stuff, like a lot of that shifted and a lot of them have kind of,
yeah, I mean, like, unironically, Wesley Foy, I think you're right. I think that, like, the original meaning of tenderqueer does describe somebody like Vaush, right? And look, I'll go you one better than that, okay? Now tell me if this is too spicy of a take, okay? Because I've been a little bit edgy lately, okay? And if I get too edgy, I'm required. I'm relying on you, my chat, to reel me back in, okay? I think that this is a woke scold too. What do I mean by that? Isn't he always scolding us about being too woke? Doesn't that make more sense about what a woke scold is? Like, am I wrong? Is this a woke scold? Are you tired of getting scolded by this guy? Are you tired of his vice signals? You know? Like, are you tired of him using this reverse logic on you? Don't you want to take his word and turn it against him? I think this is a woke scold. I think this is a woke scold. I think this is a tenderqueer, right? I think we can turn those insults right around on you because they make more sense for you than they do for us.
gone into like ultra doomer third worldist politics as a coping mechanism. I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that drop shadow. I think Anna is watching today. She's retweeting stuff like this. What is she retweeting? Oh no.
Is he talking about on his chat?
Oh. When you get to the point where
Vice has an article on tenderqueer. Interesting. Thank you, Natalie Marie. Let's take a look and see what tenderqueers are all about. Because I feel like it's a word that kind of got like stolen and twisted around into meaning something that it didn't originally mean. There's a section of people who denigrate people as soft, emotional / crazy, and that's how they use tenderqueer. Yeah. But I feel like it's not I feel like originally tenderqueer meant something different, right? I feel like originally it had more to do with like white fragility.
Where you're like
in the LGBTQIA community, right? That's what tenderqueer used
like
to.
Retweeting people agreeing with you over shit like this. It's too far gone. Do you think that what I'm doing right now technically constitutes like material harm because I'm raising
YouTube mods? What are we up to? Can anybody tell me how many likes do we have on YouTube? I gotta know.
Blood pressure to like.
I gotta keep checking on that because that's like that's likes are overpowered. I'm finding out more and more about the algorithm, and one of the things that I found out is that likes are extremely overpowered on YouTube.
Like dangerous levels. She retweeted this. I thought that was a joke. That's kind of Anna's point. Vaush oftentimes says way worse things than Anna ever did about the online trans community when he's their target of criticism, yet he joins them and engages in similar bad discourse and bad faith attacks just to siphon off some of those disaffected people. Oh No! Does she actually believe that I'm only disingenuously attacked? Like, I supported her for years, and then she had a bad take everyone on the left criticized, and then only doing this in some Machiavellian effort to siphon off disaffect. You know what? Yes, I am. Hello, former TYT audience. Have you noticed the hosts of your previous favorite program have gone completely bananas? Hi, we're a bit further left over here, but as it turns out, being further left will insulate...
Let's read about Tinder queers here. Earlier this month, a tweet from Agenderbird began circulating around Twitter. If you're dating a Tinder queer, you're single to me. WTF is Oliver gonna do? Hold a space for me? The tweet quickly picked up nearly 8,000 likes. And while a lot of people in the replies simply replied, what WTF is a Tinder queer, for a lot of others, the sentiment resonated. And that's because the queer community has its soft boys too. For years, since early 2010s, posts on Tumblr referenced an early iteration of Tinder queer, which has changed slightly. Now they're hard to define, but easy to recognize. If you date women and non-binary people, you've probably come across one, or maybe you are one yourself. They're the sober ones at the DIY show or spoken word nights wearing primary colors of dungarees, along with their multiple partners who are also in primary colors and dungarees. So it's like a style, kind of. Like it's like a microculture within the queer community, maybe. They're more likely to be at queer finger painting workshop, full moon and Scorpio ritual that, or a full moon. Okay, I thought you were gonna say Scorpios. I was like, I love Scorpios. Then at the club, I mean, the Scorpios, like, you know, they're. See, it's not good that I love Scorpios, like, right? It always ends up coming back on me, but like, yeah, Scorpios. That's who I date. If you must know, like anybody asked, right? They're probably having baths with their platonic lovers right now, while someone in a baby pink bowl cut stick and poke words radical softness across their right knee. Okay. Tinder queers, the Tinder queer has no problem getting laid. Their laid-back attitude and ability to look genuinely stylish in clothes usually reserved for nursery school children is like a magnet to fellow queers hanging around basements in Peckman and Deptford. Their attitude for giving home haircuts with nearby implements, or their propensity for gifting you with vegan wax candles they made during their poetry residence in France makes you want to be near them. But don't be fooled. The Tinder queer cannot be pinned down. They're harmless enough. But if you genuinely believe, I'm more confused than ever now that said Tinder queer hasn't given at least 3 other people the same candle, then you are sorely mistaken. Okay, Tinder queers are especially adept at using watery language of therapy as a means to get out of most things. They'll ghost you for 3 weeks. So wait, this is like, I'm not convinced this is the original meaning. When was this written? 2020, yeah. I feel like the original meaning goes back further. But yeah, interesting take there. I'm so confused. Yeah, I'm more confused now. Tinder queer sounds like Blanchardianism.
You from the particular kinds of brain damage they're suffering from.
So it almost feels like, yeah, the feeling I get from reading that description of Tinder queer, yeah, it sounds like somebody with a grudge, right? That like somebody left them, or you know, like, I don't know, wasn't as exclusive to them as they wanted, or something like that. Originally, it was a term for disabled people. Yo, I thought that it had a negative connotation originally, but it was more about like fragility, like, right? It was specifically like, you know, white, like queer people that thought that because I'm like trans, because I'm gay, because I'm bi, because I'm whatever, then therefore, you know, I can't be racist, when you absolutely can. And there's plenty of examples of that, right? Like number 32. Yes, we're at 32 likes. Can we get that? Can we get that number to 40 in in the next 12 minutes. Can that happen?
This like white woman pearl clutching liberal civility politics nonsense, that's really not that common on the proper left. So hey, what's up,
The
people?
proper left.
Yeah, boy, hop on the grind. Just always
Tell me about the proper left.
got a mind
Vaush.
for business. What can I say? New channel trailer. Oh, how funny would that be? As the channel trailer. Hey, what's up, everybody? Are you disappointed with the behavior of Jenk and Ana Kasparian, your favorite TYT?
Wait, he unironically did this. He unironically did this. We don't have to sit around and wait for him to do this. Wait. No, that's Vaush Rad. There it is.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Are you disappointed with the behavior of Jenk and Ana Kasparian, your favorite TYT host? Have you noticed that lately they've been shifting to the right, and it feels like there's no reason?
One in chat, if you think I should do this commercial, but like instead, are you disappointed with Vaush?
Folks, do I have the solution to you? Move from
He's pitching himself as to the left of TYT. Yeah, and at the same time, he's you know, weaponizing misogyny, right? To show you how truly left he really is.
liberalism over to socialism. Come try socialism, folks. We don't have civility politics.
We don't have civility politics, right? Now look, what is civility politics really, right? Let's say that you had a debate. Let's say that you had a debate, you know, with a black leftist, and you started trying to pin her down on the issue of resistance past nonviolence, and you tried to get her to disavow that and say like, no violence and you know, no colonized people should ever turn to violence no matter what, and she wouldn't say it, and you said, oh, I guess you do believe in genocide, I guess you're a big genocide enthusiast, a genocide enjoyer, right? That's civility politics, Vaush. That's you, Garfield. That's you.
Politics over here, okay? Socialists,
Tim.
they hate civility politics. Go check out
He doesn't
liberal
understand the
shitposter
words
on
that are
Twitter.
coming
What do you
out of
get,
his
you
mouth.
people
Look,
making
and like you know, you could say also that, like, you know, civility politics is essentially like, be nice to people even when you disagree with them. That's what civility politics is. And no, if somebody's being racist to you, you don't have to be nice to them. If somebody's being homophobic, transphobic, whatever to you, you don't have to be nice to them. If you object, you know, vociferously to that, and you get up in their face and you get mean about it, you're not a bad person. That's what resisting civility politics is about, right? He doesn't understand that he unironically practices civility politics. Wow. There's just no real, you know, this has a lot more to do with the history of genderqueer. It goes back to 2012, and meaning is somewhat debated. Interesting. It's on Know Your Meme.
Donald Trump jokes, you know? Check out a socialist shit poster, and you can't. They've been suspended for death threats, okay?
I mean, yeah, point taken. There's a lot of unfunny liberal humor out there. Oh my god, speaking of unfunny, there is nothing less funny and more serious than the quarter of the hour ad break, which is coming at you in exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds. That's right. You will be subject to that. You'll be sucked right out of the stream. You will be unable to enjoy whatever I'm reacting to, whatever reactions I'm giving. It won't matter, right? Because you'll be watching an ad, and can I control what ad you're watching? No, absolutely. It's out of my control, right? So I have no way of controlling what the ad is, but you know, you'll be watching it, right? If you want to get out of that cruel fate, if you want to be saved from that bloody destiny, then you have several options to take care of that, right? The first option is, if you have Amazon Prime, you might as well take some of that Bezos money, get yourself a free sub by just hooking that up to Twitch, right? So that's the easiest way. And you know, anytime we can take some Bezos money, that's a good thing. It gives me money and it's free to you, right? So that's the real benefit. That's why I always talk about the Amazon Prime option first, right? Because it's cheaper for you and it's just as helpful for me. The other way is, if you have $5 or have $6, you can pay for a sub for yourself and get yourself out of the ad break that way. The third possibility is getting a gift sub, and it's not always reliable. It doesn't always happen. It's a roll of the dice, right? Like I always say, it's there's a chance though that you might get one, that you might be gifted one, and your best chance of getting that is going to be being active in chat, because the more active in chat you are, the more people are going to see that you don't have that sub and that you are going to have to watch that ad, and they, you know, that this is just basic human empathy. They might take pity on you and help you out there with a gift sub. So there we go. There's my spiel
We love our comedy here,
for
folks.
the half hour.
So what I'm saying is, give me money. Give me.
Yo,
give me
Brenzo,
money.
you're not wrong. Civility politics for Shoe on Head and alt-right, but Rain of Fire on Cornbread Tube. Yeah.
I want as much money as TYT, more even. I want all of your money.
I feel like you've got enough money already, Vaush. But anyway, Vaush channel trailer. Then where's our next stop? Our next stop is Thought. So this is called the Thought Slime Meltdown stream. I don't love using the term meltdown because it kind of it can have like an ableist. It can have like a anti like neurodivergent connotation to it, and it sometimes gets used that way. But when you want to find this on the internet, that's what it's called. That's what it's referred to. That's the lore. It's called the Thought Slime Meltdown stream. So here we go.
I wonder if it occurred to me at all back during this time if there would be any rhetorical consequences to using the language that people use to dehumanize trans people against trans people. The left community online, particularly the LGBT community, is cancerous as fuck. First of all, as a member of the left and the online LGBT community, I think I have the right to say that, and both of these things are completely true.
You have the right to say that. So does that mean that Candace Owens isn't doing anything bad when she's going off on the black community? Does that mean that Blair White isn't doing anything wrong when she's going off on the trans community? Are you thinking about what you're saying? You're literally, this is a right-wing meme. It's called the immunity idol, right? The idea, when right-wingers stereotype social justice, one of the main things they do is they say that, well, they have this thing like it's an immunity idol, like you're not allowed to say something racist, like, and you know, like unless you're black, you're not allowed to, or unless you're, you know, a POC, right? You're not allowed to say something homophobic unless you yourself are gay, right? And like, look, I you know, on one level, yeah, like, so if I want to use like, I don't know, like kind of dark humor, right? If I want to make a joke that would be absurd and grotesque coming from Vaush about my own situation as a trans person, that's not the same as Vaush doing it, right? So that part's true. But if my thing is instead, like, I think that trans people really need to concentrate a lot more on assimilating. You know, I'm not sure. I don't think that non-binary is a good look. If I do Blair White, right? If I do old school Kelly Cadigan, I'm being transphobic. I'm being a piece of shit, right? If I'm doing that, and that's what he's talking about here. He's literally justifying. I mean, the best interpretation of what he's doing is self-hate. And no, it's not a good look. I'm sorry.
That's not bigoted to say. I'm not saying the people are bad. The communities are absolutely.
You're watching it right now, Brenzo. What is the Thought Slime Meltdown stream? This is a famous stream that Vaush had, I think, after Thought Slime blocked him. Like, he was on Twitter arguing with Thought Slime. Thought Slime had had enough, as you can understand, right? You can imagine why maybe Thought Slime had enough, right? And you know, so he catches the block, and Vaush comes in hot off of Twitter and streams, and I mean, you're gonna hear what he said. Like, here, let me rewind it for anybody who missed it, right? Choice words for queer people here.
The left community online,
you hear?
particularly the LGBT community, is cancerous as fuck.
So there we go. Yeah. He's sounding kind of like, look, that's the best interpretation. That's the most generous interpretation I can give this, is saying that it's giving me the equivalent of Blair White vibes.
First of all, as a member of the left and the online LGBT community, I think I have the right to say that, and both of these things are completely true. That's not bigoted to say. I'm not saying the people are.
Make sure to stick around because we got a special stream today, right? Actually, Chud Logic, unbeknownst to me, Chud Logic reacted to my stream, pulled my stream up on his stream, and actually ended up owning himself. And if you want to see what that was, if you want to see what that was about, make sure to stick around because we're going to get through this, and then we're going to do the Chud Logic thing. So
Bad. The communities are absolutely incredibly cancerous. Oh, hello, Doe. Welcome.
yeah, it's gonna be shocking. Okay, so yeah, there's I believe Doe was the person in the call with Vaush on this day.
This was brought up. Anyway.
If you're not an idiot, you will agree with me on this. If you have any fucking experience with online like LGBT or
Can I ask you guys a question? I was reading criticism of me in my subreddit the other day, and there were people saying that I've gotten more smug with time. But every time I watch these older videos, I feel like I was insufferable back then.
Does he drop the N-word in this video? I don't think so. I think that you're thinking of a different video. You're actually thinking when Vaush went on to argue with some Nazis, to debate some Nazis, and he said the N-word to show them that he wasn't bothered by it. And then in his comments, he justified by saying that this is, he justified the use of the N-word by saying that it was strategic. It was yeah, this was the tactical N-word, right? Like, you gotta own the Nazis by saying the N-word? I don't know, it doesn't make much sense to me, but that's what Vaush said.
Like, yeah, I know I've always been smug, but I feel like back then I was a lot worse. Yeah, like insufferable.
Yeah, that's right, and they just turned around and made fun of him for it, right? It just,
back then.
I don't know what he thought he was doing.
But people are saying I'm getting worse? I'll keep trying, okay? Just, I can barely watch my older videos. Whew.
leftist discourse.
Yeah, look, I would have front-loaded the Chud Logic thing, except I don't exactly want to have two Chud Logic themed, thumbnails, stream titles in a row, right? So
You know it's cancerous.
and I don't want to get caught in this back and forth, but I do want to show you what happened because it's hilarious. It is hilarious how deep Chud stepped into it by trying to go after me.
You understand this. People are hyper fragile. There's a ton of mental illness.
And I'm so
you
performative.
can't convert these people. They're not reasonable. They have to be excised from the left. And it's because it's
And I mean, like, I don't know what this is, right? Like, he's sitting with you in if you're a Vaushite, right? You've probably seen clips of this, but maybe you've never seen the whole thing. I doubt he doesn't react to the whole thing either, right? So he's choosing, like, yeah, excise from the left, right? But there's something about him being there to be like, well, what I really meant, what I was thinking, actually, right? He's trying to kind of turn this thing, which should be a clue, should be kind of a red flag for people, and especially queer people in his community, right? That when he gets a little bit upset with you, out comes the abuse right there. It's not buried deep, right? It's right there, right? It should be a clue. He's trying to take this and turn it into kind of a way of making it so that this doesn't hurt him when it's brought up, right? It's almost like a vaccine, right? It's him guiding you through the video. Wait, that's clearly not a wait, what's not a right-wing critique? I missed the part that wasn't a right-wing critique. Gaia, you could help me out. Sorry, I'm trying to stay caught up with chat.
coming from dumb fucks who are
Sometimes I just get confused though. But I love that people are so active in chat. It means a lot to me.
We clipped out a segment there. I like having the full context, but let's continue.
gay. What is this?
We clipped out okay, well, at least there's a little bit of honesty there, right? So there's more to this, right? This has been pre-manicured. This isn't like the whole stream or even really like a segment of the stream. This is, you know, this is a manicured, edited version.
Person says they're gay as hell.
Vaush told No Name to go to Africa. Oh my god, this was before my time, Brenzo. Thank you for telling me this. Okay, I've heard of No Name before, and I've heard of this incident. Yo, oh my god, please stick with me. I am noticing now that my frame rate... Okay, we're back. My frame rate was looking bad for a second there. I apologize for that. We're back. Sorry for the low frame rate. Yeah, it does that sometimes. Internet's not super reliable, so... but it looks like we're back. Yeah, she complained about her white audience yelling the N-word at her while performing at work? Damn. That's messed up. Okay, I didn't actually know the context of what happened with No Name, but that's worse than I thought.
Because it's coming from the gays. It's woke now. These people are less than human to me. I have no respect for these people. These
How am I gonna explain this?
people are fucking disgusting.
Uh-oh.
You don't need to be a psychologist to see.
But see, if you're in the thing that I got from Vaush people who've watched this is that they think this is tough love, right? They're like, oh well, he's honest with us. Yeah, he's honest with you. This is what's underneath, right? The veneer of allyship is paper thin.
That a large portion of the broader
I'm not gonna say anything here. It's gonna get me banned from Twitch, am I?
He's using... Yo, that's a good question, right? Especially considering that I'm watching it as well. He uses the fact that he's reacting to a compilation and not the whole stream as a way to downplay. Say there was... Yeah, is he going to blame this on iHypocrite too?
Let's...
Just blame it on a Nazi. There you go.
Let's hope, okay?
The Nazis made me attack the queer community.
Fucking like woke tard cancel culture idpo left is predicated on shared mental illness. This is particularly prominent in the trans community.
Yo, trans community, you just got a shout out. You just got a shout out for being particularly shared mental illness. Yo, wait, that's literally a trope. That's literally a trope about us. That's something a right-winger would say. Like, now he's not taking it to the extreme of saying, like, that being trans is a shared mental illness, is a shared delusion, which is, you know, the right-wing take. But, I mean, that lends itself right there. It is 100%, Natalie Mary. It's 100% a trope.
If you disagree with me on this, you're wrong. I know it sounds yikesy.
Yeah, Wap Goblin has been retweeting some of this. Ana Kasparian has been retweeting this. And all that Vaush has really got to hang his hat on is the fact that at some point, iHypocrite clipped this as well. And iHypocrite is a right-wing reactionary.
It happens anyway.
Or worse.
Pretty much every time I deal with dipshits from the left, it's trans girls, that I notice there's
pretty much every time I deal with dipshits from the left, that's we're getting the shout out. Yeah, don't you feel good? Like, can you imagine being trans, being in his audience and being like, this is my dude. This is the guy that's gonna protect us, right? This is what we have. Thank goodness we got Vaush standing between us and Michael Knowles. I feel so much safer, right? He really puts me in my place. Like, what kind of self-hate do you have to enjoy this abuse? Because Vaush fans, trans Vaush fans, you're getting abused here, right? This is bad. He doesn't say, yeah, kind of. And this is what I meant. I said he's being, like, paternalistic towards trans people. V, you're picking up on it. Language like, you know, like, look, I mean, sometimes I say trans girls too, but the way he's using it is a way that kind of, like, infantilizes us, right? This is...
vastly
yeah, just laugh it away.
Hey, okay, hold on. Okay, I'll address all of it. I'm just saying that when we...
How come the punchline when all these edgy jokes is just bigotry? I don't know.
Clip like that, there's clearly adjacent information. Hold on.
amount of dumb fuck lefty takes in my feed, coming from trans people. Like, I don't like
Twitch, this is not me, by the way, okay? This is not me.
If we're keeping it a buck, if he truly thought that his past stream was damaging and harmful, he would not be replaying it on his own stream and jokingly saying and pseudo contextualizing what he was saying. Yeah,
I'm only watching this
really
content to critique it. This is not the same as me being bigoted on.
He's not beating these allegations here. Vaush and Tom Hartman are the only two leftists that take. That's a strange combination, Gagaya. Am I pronouncing your name right? And by the way, can I say how much I appreciate having somebody here that's like, you know, like that even though you're not on board, obviously with what I'm saying here, that you're still willing to engage with my content. I appreciate that very much, and I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your name correctly, because I feel like Gagaya is kind of a cool name. I'm convinced that queer Vaush fans have some kind of humiliation thing going on
Stream. This is somebody else being bigoted, and I'm watching it to critique it.
I don't know. Most of the time when a wildly fucking irrational lefty comes in to make bad faith arguments against me, it's a trans person. That is a fact. If all of these dumb fucks recognize that
smartest man, like I said, No Name and that whole incident was before my time, so I don't really know that much about this creator. But yeah, nothing that somebody would do would really justify, like, did he really say, like, did he really tell her to go to Africa? Like, or like, did he say go back to, like, I mean, that's what it, like, I didn't see this stream. I don't have the context. I want to make sure I'm not misportraying this, because I wasn't around. Like, this is before my time, right? But I mean, that's kind of like, is that what I'm getting from this? Vaush does take the threat of fascism seriously, and he's decided to deal with it by changing sides. I mean, I get what you're saying there. I don't think he consciously is thinking that. The no-name discourse is what made me stop watching him. I've heard a lot of people say that. Square. That's. V said she should go to Africa if she wants to. Okay, so he didn't use the go back to, like, yeah. That's the thing, is like what I'm hearing from him. It's not exactly right-wing rhetoric, but it's like one step removed from from not just right-wing rhetoric, from, like, you know, reactionary right-wing rhetoric. This is recent. I can wait. What's recent? Spectacular Snyderman. So let me tell you what's recent and what's not. Okay, and again, thank you for staying with me today, right? Because I got something really cool, really kind of cool to show you. I mean, it's cool. It's gonna be hard to watch, right? But it is definitely a W. It's a common NCCW against Chud logic, right? I think you're gonna enjoy it, all things considered. It was a stream last week. Let me tell you exactly, right? So we're watching a stream within a stream within a stream. Obviously, you're watching me. I'm your hostess with the mostess, right? As always. And then inside that, there's Vaush reacting on the channel Vaushite. This is a fan channel, as far as I know. A Vaush fans channel. This was 1 year ago. So yeah, it's not that recent. Anybody who's saying it's recent, I mean, it's, you know, more recent than, so what's inside, like, right? So this is Vaush reacting to Vaush, right? But the Vaush that Vaush is reacting to, it's pretty old. It's the kind of thing that if he really had changed his mind, if he really didn't feel this way anymore, if he thought he was acting in anger and, you know, he'd done harm and he recognized that now, it wouldn't be that hard for him to say so, because this was a long time ago. Like, this is like, you can tell that Vaush doesn't even live in the same place at this point as he does now. Oh my God, speaking of, like, I just realized I don't have the lights. The lights are not correct.
Despise them.
But chat, you wouldn't click away just because of the lights, right?
I think they're every bit as detrimental to
I don't want to find
Nazis
out.
Are. I'm doing good. I want these people to know that they're my enemy. I fucking hate
Oh,
them. I really
God.
do
They're
despise
not
them.
your enemy.
Oh, no. Yes, they are. They heard.
I like that because of the clipping, the implication here is that I've been talking for 1 minute and 40 seconds before Lexi said.
Now, wait a minute. I'm confused. We haven't had this clip contextualized, right? He mentioned that there was some editing here, so this isn't like a continuous clip from his stream. He's now talking to Doe. It's on the other end of the Discord conversation, right? But the fact that it says Vaush bad here, so look, see how it says Vaush bad? Generally, anybody who says Vaush bad is a fan of Vaush. It's a meme in the Vaush community, right? That is what they think that we are like, right? Like, you know, when I'm showing him doing this stuff, what I'm really being is like, oh, Vaush bad, Vaush bad, Vaush bad. And that comes from a Trump meme, Orange Man bad, right? So the Trump fans, right, when people would be like, Trump is awful. Did you hear what he said about grab him by the, you know what? Did you hear what he said? You know, the racist stuff, like, right? You know, they're like, oh yeah, Orange Man bad, right? You just Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad. You, like, in other words, your criticism doesn't have any substance, right? You're not really saying anything. That's what the Trump people were trying to say with Orange Man bad. Vaush bad, much in the same way. You got Trump derangement syndrome, which is what Trump fans say that liberals are showing, right? That they have a sickness that when they see Trump, they don't think correctly, right? And they're like, right? And so now we got Vaush derangement syndrome. So we got two memes there lifted directly from Trump. You want to make it a third? We can do that, right? Because we can go and grab woke scolds from Ben Shapiro. Do you see how much this guy is like just importing from the right? And look, I'm not against like using the right wing's memes against the right, but who is Vaush using these memes against here? The left, marginalized people, like intersectional leftists, right? He's using right-wing weapons against the enemy of the right wing in order to basically gatekeep us from our own liberatory movements. There's something really wrong here, and I just want people to recognize that. I need people to recognize this.
Before Doe says anything, sorry. You're in chat, your name. We can change your name in chat, you know, Doe. But anyway, that like I just did like 30 minutes rambling. And
yeah, good point, Michael Seitz. The chair is still the same.
And Doe's like, please stop. And I'm like, no, I will not stop.
Hurt me and they hurt you.
So yeah, I mean, with Doe, like you got somebody that like at the time, right? I feel like I don't know. I don't know how long ago this was, but I knew Doe back in the day. Doe used to raid into me. Doe was really friendly to me. Basically, as long as I didn't criticize Vaush. But at some point, Doe hitched its wagon to Vaush. And it's something that I've never really understood, because the people I know in the Doe Cord are, I mean, not universally, but there's a lot of good people there, right? I don't have any issue with Doe Cord people in general, unless they're just, you know, kind of hyper defensive of Vaush. And I didn't think that I had anything with Doe until I saw Doe literally helping out the people that were harassing me, right? And I still don't know what to make of that, right? Doe has a white leaf site, and what I'm talking about is the way that Vaush has a white leaf site, the way that Demon Mama has a white leaf site, like VGG, you know, Vaush.gg, Demon Mama's site, I don't know if it's a demonmamalive.com, right? These are all white leaf sites. Like Doe has one as well. And on that site, some troll made an account with my name and was saying awful things in Doe's chat. Now, if you're Doe, you kind of know who I am. You know what I'm about. And it doesn't make sense on any level that I would be in your website chat saying messed up things, right? But Doe reacted as if it was me. And who is Doe? Doe, well, if you don't know, Doe's, you know, I believe, there's a relationship between Doe and Demon Mama. I'm not entirely sure about it. I mean, I'm sorry. What I mean is, like, I don't want to mischaracterize it, but Doe is associated with Demon Mama, like, right? I'm not entirely up on the Demon Mama, you know, lore and what's going on with, you know, Demon Mama's real life or anything like that. So I don't want to mischaracterize, you know, their connection, but I'm pretty sure, they live together and yeah, Doe used to be a Twitch streamer and has kind of moved away from that. Still has a Discord, and like I was saying, like, I have friends in that Discord, right? There's people that I care about and that I think highly of in that Discord. So I'm trying to say this the right way. I don't want to offend anybody over there. Like, you know, people that have been that have had my back in the past. Like, I really appreciate that, but I don't know why Doe threw me under the bus like that, but it did. And you know, it's sad. And the only thing I can, you know, think of is that, like, Doe didn't appreciate my criticisms of Vaush, because Doe, you know, is sort of on the same side as Vaush, right? And here's Doe in that conversation. Now, like, to Doe's credit, trying to talk Vaush down, right? Trying to tell Vaush that, like, please don't be like this, right? But at the end of the day, Doe continued to support Vaush. And I don't know what to make out of that either, right? Because everything I've ever seen as from Doe, like, I haven't found, like, objectionable in any way. Like, Doe is somebody that I, in most cases, find myself agreeing with. Like, on the RGR, you know, when Doe debated RGR, right? I generally agree with Doe. So I don't know what's going on there, right? And I don't, like I said, I'm not trying to, you know, make anybody look bad or anything like that. But I still don't understand why I had to get thrown under the bus like that. Why Doe was actually helping the troll to disparage my name that day. So.
Because every time some dumb fuck trans girl on Twitter who's acting out mental illness, whining, calling people like me transphobic,
bring it in! But here, to be fair to Doe is arguing with Vaush, right? Doe does not agree with this, but yet, you know, kind of, you know, stays on the Vaush side after this conversation. And after there was no apology for this conversation, there was a joke apology, right? And the joke was, I don't really apologize. I don't think I did anything wrong. I don't have any, you know, like, right, that's the joke. It's a non-apology. It was a non-apology shitpost, right? And somehow Doe, Demon Mama, people that you would think better of, right? People that you would think would have a problem with this stayed with Vaush. Just like you want to stay with me through this next ad break, but there's something that might get in the way of that, and that is the fact that some of you might not have subs. If you look at your name on Twitch and you don't see a little picture by that's like a Persona 2 icon, then you too could get separated from me during the ad break. It's only 1 minute and 30 seconds, but it feels like a lot longer than that, and I don't want you to have to get, you know, I don't want you to have to deal with that. So you can get out of that through a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of that through paying $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile to get a Twitch sub, or you can possibly get out of that if somebody's generous enough to gift you a sub, which has been happening more and more lately. And if we can get to a total of 10 sub points, there's some extra content waiting for you on the other side of that, right? I'll be able to cover more stuff on stream. So
agree with them, they're hurting the left. No, these.
But yeah, I want to say this in the right way. Like, I'm not trying to disparage Doe, and I'm definitely not trying to disparage Doe's community, because, like I said, I have a lot of friends over there. You know, like people that have had my back in the past, and people that I have a lot of respect for. I just don't understand why you know, something like criticism of Vaush would justify, you know, helping a transphobic troll to try to hurt my reputation, like the way that that Doe did. So, you know, I mean, it's just something I'll never understand.
People are ill. These people are cancer. They're subhuman. I don't care.
Question. You don't have to do that kind of shit. That doesn't help.
Yeah, I'm edgy. I don't give a fuck.
Oh no. God. Doe has never been so right, and I have never been so wrong. Fuck you.
Wait, then apologize. Wait, it's simple. It's simple. Wait. Do you disagree with yourself or do you agree with yourself? Please make it clear to us, Vaush. If Doe has never been so right, like Doe is disagreeing with, you know, your attack on the queer community, right? Is Doe right or is Doe wrong?
He went hard, Lamau. Yeah, this is the maddest I've ever been on stream.
It's not just you know that's not just being edgy.
Damn
Making a
right. Yeah,
reference
it's
to
edgy
the-
as shit.
Yeah, wait. I thought I was about to say, damn right, I'm a bigot. like
Making a reference to the Jewish question about how like there's like a trans conspiracy or whatever. Like that's not just being edgy. That's like literally calling for the death of trans.
all right.
Yo, I even got a Hasanabi emote for that last segue. Nice.
Let's why'd you go off like this? Look, okay. We took the wrong red pills that morning. All right, let's
But I didn't see you disagreeing with yourself. Oh, I'm so confused here. I'm so confused. Look, unironically, yeah, edgy as in bigot, right? Look, unironically, if Vaush came out tomorrow and wrote a heartfelt apology and clarified that he doesn't believe this stuff, I would be happy. I wouldn't trust the guy. I wouldn't like the guy. I wouldn't recommend the guy. But I would say that that's a step forward, right? Because like I said, when bigoted shit you say harms people, they don't have to forgive you. And they don't have to trust you. And like with Vaush, there's a lot of reasons for me like not to trust him still after this. But I would still be glad that, you know, after so many years, he finally did the right thing. But I don't even know, what is he saying here? Like, do you disagree with yourself? Did you do something wrong? Do you have like, is it just that he can't apologize? Is that all he can say that Doe is right, but he can't apologize? Like, this is sad. Oh, I took the wrong red pill. I don't think that's what he's saying. I think what is he saying there? I took the wrong red pill. I mean, it's referring to the red pill as in, like, right-wingers would say, you know, if you are anti-liberal, anti-leftist, pro-Trump, anti-trans, right? That's the red pill. And I think he's trying to riff off of that. But I don't know, what is the red pill to Vaush? Like saying that, that queer people are toxic and mentally ill, and that we can't be trusted with our own liberatory movements, that we need a big daddy to come in and tell us how to handle ourselves because we're not going to do it right, and that he's the only thing saving us from literal camps. I think he just doesn't offer respect to people he doesn't feel stroke his ego in the right way. Yeah, and that was a big part of what, you know, Doe was there to do, to kind of calm Vaush down and hopefully, you know, talk him down off this ledge. But what we didn't get was a heartfelt, sincere apology to this day, right? And even in recognizing that Doe was right, he took pills that made him say, he doesn't literally mean pills, like it's a red pill metaphor, you know, like the Matrix, but like it's the right wing has kind of appropriated that and taken it to mean, yeah, like, I mean, so like red pill back in the day meant racist, right? It meant like you're a race realist, right? In 2016, that's what red pill meant, right? You agree, you not only support Donald Trump, but you agree with the racist things that Trump is saying. That's what red pill used to mean. These days, red pill means that you are part of the misogynistic community that is like PUAs, incels, traditionalists, right? You feel like a woman's place is in the kitchen. You feel like women owe you relationships, compliments, sex, etc. Right? That's what red pill means now. So this is, Vaush from a long time ago. So, I'm guessing that he's referring to the former red pill, like the alt-right red pill, but that he's trying to he doesn't literally mean like vote for Trump, right? I don't know. There's a joke there. There's a meme there, right? It's an inter-community, right? Look, I'm giving you credit, Vaush. If Vaush or Varshites end up watching this, understand that the easy thing to say was like, hey, you just endorse the red pill right there. I'm pretty sure you're joking. I'm pretty sure he's not serious about that, right? But it's still concerning for the reasons that I've... red pill is internet lingo for adopting my worldview, like the way that Andrew Tate says, like the Matrix. Everybody that's against me is part of the Matrix, right? I'm getting arrested for trafficking because the Matrix, right? They're making you think that this stuff is real when it's not. So yeah, that's the modern day, but I don't think that's what he means there. But like, yeah, I'm confused. I'm legitimately confused by what he's saying there. I took the wrong red pill.
Yeah, you crossed the line. Yeah, no shit. Everyone in chat who wants like the virtue signal points, tell me how bad I was in this clip right now.
No, I don't want the virtue signal points. I just want you to apologize. Wait, can you really not say the words, "I'm sorry"? Are you allergic to apologies? Like, what's going on here?
Okay, because I'm gonna get annoyed about it.
Oh, the PUAs had it before the alt-right?
In like 30
well,
seconds.
I mean, it is all connected, right? All that stuff is connected.
But right now, here's your opportunity to be like, this was bad, but like, there you go, throw it out. Okay.
No, I want you to say this is bad. Like, it's a really easy thing to recognize. It's a really easy thing to admit. And as much as I dislike you, and I don't trust you, and I don't see you as a good leader for the left, it would be encouraging to see. And you'd be modeling, accountability for your audience, right? You really can't just say, I'm sorry? You really can't just say I was wrong?
So, the the one thing I want to make
these words are his kryptonite, right?
Totally clear, because this is kept fairly ambiguous. Doe, you did not suck in this convo, okay? Jesus Christ. Doe, I was literally like fucking raging out, okay?
I mean, just imagine, right? Just imagine being a trans person and trying to justify your support of Vaush. That's what Doe's dealing with here. It can't be easy. I feel bad. I feel legitimately bad for Doe.
Look, so the one thing that I have to make really clear during this is that at no point during this conversation, because it's clipped disingenuously, was I ever saying
it's clipped disingenuously. Then why did you watch it? The entire stream is available. Look here. The Vaush clarifies. Wow, and then the context, and then getting back to the video. Explains his mental illness argument. Oh my god, he really does try to like justify this all. Wow. Look, this right here is 3 minutes and 58 seconds of, I'm pretty sure, continuous stream. Like, I don't think there's any cuts here. This is available on the internet. Here, I don't know anything about this channel, right? I don't see any signs that it's like connected to iHypocrite or any right-wingers, but if you want the fuller context, why can't I post? Did I not copy that correctly? Here, I'll just like link the YouTube video. How about that? I mean, look, if you want the full context, right? Because Vaush is saying that he's getting done dirty in this clip. That's the full context, right? That's the video, and I don't know anything about this person right here. This they're not leaving us a lot of context clues. So, like he'll tell you that the person who made the clip is a Nazi. He's talked about iHypocrite. I don't know. I think that's just somebody who got a hold of the VOD and put it up, right? Because it kind of doesn't matter where the original clip originated, because it was made by Vaush Vidya, or Irish Laddie. I don't even know if it was if this was Irish Laddie days or this is Vaush Vidya. This is early Vaush though. You made the stream. You said the things. You had the argument with Thought Slime and then came on stream all hot like this, right? And I think I was actually, oh god, I have seen Vaush streams like this. Like I did, like I have watched live Vaush streams that are similar, if not like the same one. So yeah, you got no one to blame here but yourself. Yo, look at this thumbnail. Thought Slime should apologize to Xanderhall, but Vaush doesn't need to apologize to trans people. Vaush doesn't need to apologize to queer people. No need for that. Wait, where is the clip that we were just... There are so many anti-thoughts. Like, you can tell that he did not, like, he has had trouble leaving the Thought Slime, drama behind. Mistakes were made. There we go.
Ambiguous. Doe, you did not suck in this convo, okay? Jesus Christ. Doe, I was literally, like, fucking raging out.
Apologies are for the weak. Unironically, Vaush doesn't need to apologize because Vaush Rad. Yeah, that was based in Red Pilled, right? Shin Gori Gozira? Am I pronouncing your name right? And again, like, understand you're coming in here, you might be afraid because this is like a woke gold space, but you're welcome to disagree with me. You are welcome to voice your disagreement in chat. I'm not going to go on any sort of purge, any sort of Vaushinian banning spree of people that don't agree with me or don't see the problems that I see with Vaush. I'm just glad you're here to get out of that echo chamber a little bit. It's a big step. It's a big step. Okay.
Okay. Look. So the one thing that I have to make really clear during this is that at no point during this conversation, because it's clipped disingenuously, was I ever saying
Thought Slime never goes after Vaush. Now, I don't know if that's true on Twitter, but yeah, you're right. I don't think there's any Thought Slime videos talking about Vaush. But that may not be true on Twitter. Mildred is just living her life. Yeah.
Being trans means you're mentally ill. And not only did I not ever say that, I think I said the explicit opposite of that, but again, it clips around all of that. So the clipping did contribute to a lot of the...
What's clipped out of this video is Vaush banning some... Yeah, that's what I'm saying! We're watching a clip, so we don't see it in the clip, right? Because it gets taken out. But Natalie Marie is telling us it's Vaush banning someone for asking him to watch the whole... What? Wait, are you saying it's clipped out of this video? It's not. So I know there was. He mentioned earlier that there were edits in the clip of his old stream, right? But Natalie, it sounds like you're saying that he's clipped things out of his stream where somebody asked him to go over the whole and banning somebody. See, so that's what you're not going to see, right? I know I'm supposed to be a woke scold. I know I'm supposed to suffer from Vaush derangement syndrome. And like I'm supposed to be completely intolerant of people saying Vaush Rad. But here you are in my chat saying Vaush Rad, and you're not catching the ban hammer. So lucky you. Lucky you I'm not Vaush, right? Vaush's entire public persona is that he will never apologize because if he admits human fallibility, his internet badass card, will be revoked. Yeah, there we go, dominance paradigm, right? Occasionally, she and Sophie from Mars mention him while making fun of other people. Yeah. I watched the VOD of his stream. Yeah, and we don't have time to watch his whole VOD, right? It's literally 3 hours and 58 minutes, right? We do not have 3 hours and 58 minutes because we got to get to the Chud. We got to get to Chud Logic talking about me too, right?
Potential optics.
He banned like half of the chat on this stream. Now, when you say this stream, though, you don't mean the recent stream right here. You don't mean this stream, right? This is the stream from a year ago, right? You're talking about this stream from years and years ago. Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, he would engage in purges. Essentially, he just like, all right, ban. I think I might have even gotten banned. I should try commenting on Vaush's channel, see if I'm still banned.
Here, but with regards to what was actually going on here, the total context. This is the Thought Slime stream, and by the way, it's a whole 4-hour thing. Okay, we're just clipping out a very small segment of a very, very long screen.
Wait,
is the original stream?
Didn't he say that he had gone over the entire stream? I mean, look, I don't blame him for not doing it. It's a long stream. I don't think it's, you know, reasonable to be able to react to the whole stream, but he said he did. The original meltdown. Okay, yeah. He called it a purge. That's what Destiny does. Yeah, like the apple doesn't fall from the tree, and the tree is Destiny. Version 1.0 is Destiny. Version 2.0 is Vaush, and version 3.0 is either Demon Mama or myself, depending on who you talk to. Believe it or not, there's people running around on Twitch. In the past like month or so, I have heard myself referred to as a debate bro. I have heard myself referred to as a Twitch pull Andrea, right? And I've seen myself like be called, I don't know what, the intersectional leftist version of this guy. I'm not sure what the comparison is, right? But I think that Demon Mama wants if Demon Mama wants to be version 3.0, I say let her. I don't want anything to do with this rotten tree of destiny or the apple that's fallen from it, Vaush, or the seed and the worm that came out of that apple in Demon Mama. They can go, you know, they can progenerate their own lineage, right, without me. I don't need that. Is Demon Mama problematic? Oh my god, genuine. Okay, look. Everything's relative, okay? Right? Everything's relative. So, you know, Vaush is problematic, but is he more problematic than Steven Crowder? Hell no, right? Demon Mama's problematic, but is she as problematic as Vaush? Probably not, right? Occasionally she'll have a slightly better take than Vaush, but then, you know, she'll say something like that she thinks that like her whiteness doesn't, you know, doesn't have any effect on her, right? Like that her whiteness is irrelevant. So yeah, not great. So, but it's all, and also, you know, she's, you know, upholding and defending Vaush and the rest of the White Leaf Network. So it's all relative. I don't hate anybody. I definitely don't, you know, like, I mean, I've had, you know, some really messed up stuff happen to me at Demon Mama's hands, like in terms of her literally, you know, big upping my stalker and stuff like that. I hope she didn't know who she was dealing with. I hope it's because she was confused. She's never apologized to me about that. But I don't hate her, and I don't hold a grudge against her, and you know, I wish her well and everything. I don't hate Vaush. I think that, you know, him being considered a leader on the online left is harmful. But, you know, I don't have like personal animosity towards him. So please take this in the context that I'm giving it, right? As far as, you know, and understand that there's nuances to these things, right? Vaush says things that are completely unobjectable sometimes, right? There's definitely things that Vaush has that I got no problem with, right? And then there's ones like this that I have a lot of problem with. There's things that Demon Mama says that are, you know, I 100% agree. Like, for instance, the Riley Grace Rochong debate, right? I 100% agreed with Demon Mama on the issue of self-ID and disagree with Riley Grace Rochong. So, you know, there's, you know, it's all relative. Xena and Paula call us puritanical progressives. That's funny. Slime ghosted a Vaush for the get. Good for her. Yeah, hate is a strong word. I just want to make sure that I always put this in perspective, right? And my issue with people like Vaush and Demon Mama isn't that I like disagree wholeheartedly with everything that they say, but in some ways having those good takes and having those good moments kind of pull people into their communities and then get them to accept the little, you know, anti-SJW kind of reactionary takes that they have as well, right? So the fact that they're right on some issues, instead of making it better, actually kind of makes it worse. If Vaush was to say, hey, I got a lot of problems with the left, What I'm doing here is completely different. This isn't leftism. This is Vaushism. That's a different animal. That's a different thing to deal with. And it's not something, you know, it's just like, okay, well, you know, you're not a leftist. You're not really my problem, right? You know, I'll disagree with you when it comes up, but I'm not as Keffels too. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so yeah, we're talking about the White Leaf Network, right? If people want to understand this, Vaush, I mentioned before, has a website. It's called VGG, right? Modeled after DGG, Destiny's website. It's Vaush.gg, right? That's where this chat is taking place on, right? That website is administered by his sysadmin, and that sysadmin administers the website of, let me see if I got this right, Demon Mama, Xena and Poppy, used to be Doe. I don't know if Doe streams anymore. I'm trying to think of who all is in this White Leaf Network, but yeah, basically everybody. Xander Hall, there's an easy one, right? Everybody that you see defending Vaush when Vaush gets criticized, there's a good chance that they've got a website through Vaush's sysadmin, right? And there's a good chance that if they were to, you know, turn on Vaush and say, actually, I disagree with this. I don't know what Vaush is thinking, and I think this is like a real problem, right? They're allowed to like disagree on a single issue, right? But if they started to say like, I don't like the direction that Vaush is going, then they probably wouldn't keep that website. We've seen people that you know go against Keffels, people that go against Vaush, people that are not in line with the rest of the network. We've seen them lose their website. We've seen it threatened to be taken from, you know, people's websites be threatened to be taken from them by things as simple as like a disagreement about you know, the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, right? That the sysadmin thinks that stuff, that those decisions were great. That's what the United States needed to do. That's what they should have done, right? And somebody disagreed, and then there was a threat to pull their websites, right? So, you know, this is a mechanism of control. I'm not being tinfoil hatty here. I'm not jumping out on a limb. I'm not making something up. This is literally like a service provided to different streamers by Vaush's sysadmin, right? And you better believe that if you're getting a website through Vaush's sysadmin, that's gonna act as a mechanism of control. Yeah, Keffels too. Oh yeah, thanks for reminding me, Woody Red. Yeah, Keffels definitely part of the White Leaf Network. The Serfs. Now the Serfs are an outlier, right? Because we recently saw Xander Hall and the Serfs, you know, have a massive disagreement, right? But all I can tell you about that is I guess, you know, Vaush hasn't like picked a favorite between those two. Vaush didn't get involved in that. If it had been a disagreement between Lance and Vaush, you know, meaningful, substantive criticism of Vaush by Lance, I think that the results might have been different. But yeah, you know, Lance, as far as I know, Lance and Xander Hall, maybe Xander Hall's a little bit closer to Vaush. Xander Hall claims to be closer to Vaush, but obviously Lance didn't lose his website, so maybe not as high in the pecking order as he thinks. Vaush did say that nuking Japan was based? Oh, no, sorry, Vaush's sysadmin, okay? I don't know for sure what Vaush's take on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were. I'm talking about his sysadmin, right? So, you know, but you got to understand that the primary business relationship there, the primary, you know, money earner is this stream for Vaush's sysadmin. And then because the, you know, this infrastructure of the website, the code essentially for the website is being utilized by Vaush, the sysadmin can turn around and like sell that to other people. But you better believe, like, because this is somebody that defended Vaush way back in the day, way back when there was allegations against Vaush for, you know, the messed up things that he said to a girl on the Destiny Discord. Wait, Gaia, I hope you're not taking, are you understanding me? Wait, okay. So if I'm not cool with nuking people, then I must be well, don't you see the Japanese imperial flag back behind me? Yeah, of course I'm based in weeb pilled. What did you think, right? Did you see the Attack on Titan poster? No, come on. Come on, don't okay, so that's what we call a false dichotomy fallacy, right? I'll say it to you in debate bozo language. It's a fallacy. The type of fallacy, the species of fallacy it is a false dichotomy. When you try to force a either or on a situation that's more nuanced, right? Either you are pro nuclear annihilation of civilians, or you are pro-imperial Japanese. You sound kind of ridiculous saying that, and I know you probably didn't think about that, but I'm putting it, I'm telling you what's making you sound ridiculous so you don't have to sound ridiculous in the future, right?
Available? Well,
Because that's all we can do is when we end up sounding ridiculous, when we say something ridiculous, maybe we can learn something from it. Maybe you can learn something from it.
I privated that stream.
Yo, I'm supporting the invasion of China now. Thank you.
But yes,
God, I love these good faith Voshites in here. Look, seriously.
other people re-uploaded it.
I do like that you're in here. I do like that you're not just like in your echo chamber, but
So anyway,
I'm trying to save you from yourself here, right? You kind of sound silly.
the context of this is essentially
You don't have to eat these L's, right? It's not necessary.
this, okay?
No, you're
You want me
good.
to clip in the full convo if this becomes a video? No, that's okay. That's okay, Tempest. That's okay. Thank you though. The full context is this. And by the way, this isn't me defending. The whole thing was a fucking mess. But the full context was this, okay? So basically, Thought Slime is a YouTube content creator.
Look, I'll be honest with you. I was in that chat too at some point, right? I'm not trying to like be all high horse on you and say that I'm better.
And Thought Slime said something about how they didn't like gender abolitionism. Somebody added me in the reply to Thought Slime's tweet saying that they don't like gender abolitionism, asking for my thoughts on Thought Slime's take, and I said, I think it's dumb, obviously, etc., etc. Now, to me, this wasn't me trying to be
How long
rude.
have I spent on
I'm very
Vaush? Oh
publicly in favor-
no. Have we spent 3 hours talking about Vaush already? Look, I want to give the devil his due, right? I want to listen to his explanation and see what he says, but God, I do not mean to spend. I mean, like, I know he's on the thumbnail, right? But I was hoping we could move through this faster. It's just that I react so hard.
of gender abolitionism.
That's my problem. I react hard.
Thought Slime doesn't like gender abolitionism. Thought Slime is going by Mildred, by the way. Mildred.
I've become a Vaushite. I mean, I was never a Vaushite, but like I said, I was in that chat at some point, right? I at some point I watched his streams back in the day.
Sorry. Okay. Always with the.
I'm familiar with his lore.
Can barely keep cis people's names.
And yes, I do get called a debate bro for some reason, even though I haven't debated. When's the last time I debated someone? Sansoy. I don't think. No, that's right. Nine Tails. Nine. I don't think I've done a debate in like a year.
Everything together in my head. Anyway, okay. So I said somebody told you this like a month ago. I do not remember that. Whatever. Just shut up, please. Just let me finish. Okay, please. Shh. Anyway,
okay, please finish. I need to get through this, Vaush.
So anyway, Thought Slime blocked me for that. So I was really offended
no,
by
I want to
that
know.
because
I want to know.
I'm just
Wait,
going to say Thought Slime
can
is
we
the channel name. Please just let me go by the channel name, please. I say please. Just let me barely keep cis people's names and everything together in my head. Anyway, okay. So I said somebody told you this like a month ago. I do not remember that. Whatever, just shut up, please. Just let me finish. Okay, please. Shh.
No, I'm trying to figure out why did he get blocked by Thought Slime.
So anyway, Thought Slime blocked me for that. So
For
I was
what?
really
Oh, no, I
offended
missed
by
it. I
that
missed it.
because
I missed it. I
I'm
was
just gonna say
talking
Thought Slime is
to
the
you,
channel name.
chat.
Please just let me go by the channel name. Text was this, okay? So basically, Thought Slime is a
context.
YouTube content creator.
Yes.
And Thought Slime said something about how they didn't like gender abolitionism. Somebody added me in the reply to Thought Slime's tweet saying that they don't like gender abolitionism, asking for my thoughts on Thought Slime's take, and I said, I think it's dumb, obviously, etc., etc. Now, to me, this wasn't me trying to be rude. I'm very publicly in favor of gender abolitionism. Thought Slime...
Okay, so we gotta talk about two concepts, right? Vaush has mentioned gender abolitionism. There's also gender liberation. What's the difference? Gender abolitionism is like, gender's fake, 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 fake. Social construct, bad. Social construct, bad. We gotta get rid of it. No more gender. We're all good, right? Gender liberation is like, hey, gender as it's set up is confining. Let's expand it, right? If you wanna identify as a xenogender, that's cool. If you identify in a femme gender or a masc gender or whatever kind of gender you want to express yourself in, you should have the freedom to do that, right? So one is like, I'm going to take this away from you because it's fake. It's a social construct and social constructs are bad. Social constructs aren't necessarily bad, all right? In fact, sometimes they can be liberating. Saying something is a social construct is not really, and we usually deal with this with right-wingers. Usually it's right-wingers I'm having to explain this to, that if I call something a social construct, I'm not necessarily saying that it's bad and it needs to go away, right? And that's how I feel about gender. If you don't want gender to affect your life and you want to abolish it for yourself, by all means, my dude, but you're not going to tell somebody else that their gender identity is not valid just because that's true for you, right? So, I mean, I don't know if Vaush necessarily disagrees with this. I don't know if Vaush has heard this argument. I don't know what his opinion is. But when he's saying, yeah, like gender, when Thought Slime is saying that she doesn't like gender abolition, that's, I think, what she's saying. That's the argument, is that like abolition is not liberatory enough. We want gender liberation, not gender abolition, rather than trying to take something away from somebody that's part of their identity. We just free people and let them identify with no gender at all if they want, or many genders, or fluid. You know what I mean? Just do you. That's what gender. So that's the argument, right? And while I might be able to free you from the confines of a gender as a social construct, or from gender abolition as the necessary other side of that dichotomy, right? That false dichotomy of it's either you uphold traditional gender, or you're a gender abolitionist. No, I don't think so, right? I can free you from that false dichotomy. What I can't free you from by myself, and I wish I could, is the quarter of the hour ad break, because we're about to have that in about 57 seconds. You too will get to see an ad if you're on Twitch. You'll be forced to see an ad if you're on Twitch, and I have no control over what that ad is. You can get out of that with an Amazon Prime sub that you get by hooking up your Amazon Prime account to Twitch, thus giving you a Twitch Prime sub, letting you get out of the ad break. You can get out of it by paying $5 on desktop or $6 on mobile, or you could possibly, and it has been happening lately, and if we can get 10 sub points, then we're going to open up a whole new world of content for all of you and be able to stream for longer. You could get a gift sub, right? But your best chance as far as that goes is going to be being active in chat. So if you're active in chat, somebody might see you, they might take pity on you and say, I don't want that person to have to see this next ad, and pluck you right out of there before you even get the ad. So starting in 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. There we go. The quarter of the hour ad break.
Doesn't like gender abolitionism. Thought Slime is going by Mildred, by the way. Mildred, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, gender decentralized. You'd like to see gender decentralized? Yeah.
Always with the...
But look, under my concept of gender liberation, if you want to abolish it for yourself, do it. Do it. You want no gender? That's good with me.
I can barely keep cis people's names and everything together in my head. Anyway, okay. So I said somebody told you this like a month ago. I do not remember that. Whatever, just shut up, please.
Wait, is chat bringing up gender liberation? I kind of hope they are. I know there's some people that Vaush talks to or has talked to in the past that are gender liberationists, including, I think, Doe. I'm pretty sure that's where Doe comes down. I don't know.
Let me finish. Okay, please. Shh. Anyway, the so anyway, Thoughtslime blocked me for that. So I was really offended by that because I'm just gonna say Thoughtslime because it's the channel.
I like the idea of just throwing my gender into the ocean and letting it drown. Yeah, drown gender is perfectly valid.
Please just let me go by the channel name, please. I say ContraPoints 2 instead of Natalie. Just okay. Thoughtslime blocked me for that, and I got really annoyed over that because it felt like, I don't know, I was being blocked over nothing. And then from behind the block, Thoughtslime started tweeting out stuff about like white cis guys giving their opinion and like speaking over trans people or whatever. This was all years ago.
Well, I mean,
don't
you're
remember.
coming in here with kind of like a less informed take that I mean, I don't know
everything, but it was kind of like a block me and then sort of vague post about how I was speaking over.
I am sure there are people that have blocked me and vague posted about me, right? I just take that for what it is.
Minority groups without ever directly engaging with me or anything like that. So that
Oh, they have to directly engage with you, I see.
Frustrated me, and I tweeted essentially fuck you, Thoughtslime.
He couldn't bully Mildred more.
And then people came after me, and for about 12 hours I got like super brigaded by people who are complete dumb fucks.
Try getting brigaded by transphobes.
And I stand by that. This was before I was having my heated gaming moment, so at the moment here, like at the time,
So wait, that was a gaming moment. You're so close, Vaush. You're so close. There's 2 words though that I haven't heard yet.
Fine. People came at me on Twitter, and I remember having the most aggravating conversations in the universe about whether or not I had a right to speak on these issues because I'm not trans, you know? And I remember, there was so much of it, but there's one conversation I remember more than anything else. And it was this one person, it was a trans woman, I think. Again, this was years ago, but there were some...
I don't think trans people can take away your right to speak on anything. I don't think black people can take away your right to speak. I don't think any marginalized group, like the very nature of marginalization means disempowered, right? You know, if anybody's got the ability to take away somebody's right to speak on something, it's you.
They were trans, you know, and they kept telling me, you need to listen to trans people, okay? This is wrong. You have to listen to trans...
Like, if you listen to trans people, your take might improve, right? If you don't know about gender liberationism and you think that you're stuck in this false dichotomy where on one side we've got upholding the gender binary, the traditional, the trad gender binary, which I obviously don't believe. On the other side, we've got gender abolition. I'm here to tell you that there's another choice. Can I sell you on some gender liberation today, Vaush?
People in the most condescending way imaginable.
You have nothing to lose but your chains.
Well, it was like being told calm down over and over.
You have nothing to lose but your chains.
Over again when you're angry over something justified. And I kept responding like, I have trans people in my audience, like a ton of them. And I've talked with them. And I talk about this on stream with them. And they agree.
I still don't get how this context is helping. Yeah.
Agree with me that gender abolitionism is a reasonable...
It's more like an excuse than a context.
Like, I am listening to trans people there. And then
I have I didn't even catch that Miss Anita bump. I have trans friends. That's literally what he said.
All I got in response to that over and over was...
My dude said I have trans friends.
You need to listen to other trans people. So what? Trans people who agree with you? Okay. I got really frustrated, and that I stayed up late last night. Late that night, tweeting and tweeting and tweeting, getting angrier and angrier. I woke up the next morning angry, and I said, I'm going to stream about it. And God bless them, Vermin looked at me and said, please don't stream about it. Please don't do that. And I said, nope, I'm going to stream about it. Clearly angry still, you know, because this was the first time I'd really gotten like hate online. But Vermin was very insistent. Don't.
I mean, this is the very essence of fragility, like whether it's white fragility or cis fragility or whatever, right? This is the very essence of that. Look, if you don't agree with Thoughtslime about, you know, gender abolition versus gender liberation, whatever, right? But you don't have to attack trans people. You don't have to attack queer people. You don't have to make this like literally. You go and attack the marginalized group that you're saying you're an ally of, right? And look, there's 2 words that sort of gets you out of this, right? It doesn't get you trust back. It doesn't mean that people have to forgive you, but it sort of gets you out. It, like, at least in my mind, it ameliorates to some extent what you said. And you've shown yourself time and time again to be unwilling to say those two words. They're like your kryptonite.
This is a bad idea. Do not do this. But of course they can't literally stop me from streaming. So I went ahead, and what followed was
if you don't follow it up with a but, exactly, Miss Adita Bump.
What do we have? Vaush transphobic meltdown stream he deleted. 4 hours. The colloquial thought slime stream.
Wait, is that the one that I was showing you earlier?
The basic argument that I was making in that video was an anti-woke scold argument. The position I was taking is that there's
Vaush, you literally made an anti-trans people, anti-queer people argument, right? If you want to say that you're sorry and you were wrong, fine, but
a lot of counterproductivity in the online left-leaning LGBT community.
Like, you could have said, this is about woke scolds, right? You know, and it's still wrong, and it's still reactionary, and it's still messed up, but at least you haven't attacked an entire group over some perceived slight that you got.
Which leads to really toxic infighting and a sort of bitter gatekeeping that makes it more difficult to have honest discourse and to include people who aren't the most stereotypical advocates for LGBT rights, i.e. the woke.
See, like, I don't mind if you're not a stereotypical advocate for LGBT rights. There's a lot of people that you know aren't, you know, any that culturally, you know, don't seem like tangential to the queer community that are really like, yeah. Wait, am I right in saying Squid Tips falls into the? I don't know that much about Squid Tips, but I think that Squid Tips falls into this category, right? Squid Tips literally rides motorcycles professionally, and used to, you know, not be used to kind of be like anti, or at least was not an ally of trans people at one point, right? And now a lot of what Squid Tips does is advocacy for trans people, right? I'm like, I'll take 1 million Squid Tips over, like, or I'll take 1 million. I'll take 1 Squid Tips over 1 million Vaushes, right? When it comes to allyship. As a former Christian, I had to say that word a lot of people when I left the faith. Oh, you had to say sorry to people when you left the faith?
Are, you know, the more social.
Oh yeah, that's what you were saying. Yeah, those are the words. That's right, Electric Rain. Here comes the infighting argument. I'm so tired of people saying this crap, because often gets used when leftists criticize other leftists for actual harm in these communities. Yeah, and stuff that could be worked out, right? If you didn't come in hot and attack trans people and attack queer people, right? Maybe this could have been a discussion. Like, even if you, like, look, it's cringe when you talk about woke scolds, but I'll take that over, you know, literally, you know, giving trans people a shout out as being, you know, the problem on the left. That's messed up, right? You're the problem on the left.
Credit thou'st acclaim.
And it's a problem of intransigence.
And I've always disliked that type of behavior. And since then, I've gotten a lot better at actually addressing that type of behavior and responding to it. The problem was that at the time, that was the only threat I really faced online. Because right now, woke scolds don't bother me at all. I'm too big for them to bother me. They don't affect me. And at this point, my brand is so toxic to a lot of them that they don't even, like, bother to shit talk me online. Like that, like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, hey, I'm glad to hear that. I have no enemies either.
It's like having my feet pecked at by fish.
Is that what you're trying to say?
The river. There are other communities that are more obnoxious. The tanky community is more obnoxious.
But I thought you said that the woke souls were the tank. Oh, I'm so confused. They're
really good at weaponizing academic, or at least the veneer of academic legitimacy in order to, you know, leftier than thou other people. And they all
leftier than thou. Oh yes, I'm so much better than you, Vaush.
Also normalize.
That's what I'm doing. I'm flexing on you. Wait, is that what you think? Does he unironically think that woke scolds are flexing on him? Is that his problem? Look, if you want to see me flex on somebody, okay, I'm not here to flex on Vaush today. But apparently I flexed on Chud Logic without even meaning to, and make sure to stick around for that, right? If there's any stream that I would encourage you to stick around for, it's this one, because we got some cool stuff coming up as soon as I can get through this Vaush content, which
libertarianism on the left, and they've taken over like every fucking lefty subreddit, which is why you can go onto lefty subreddits all the time and find pinned posts about how the Uyghur genocide isn't real. They make a really concerted, sorry, I guess both of them, effort to take over and dominate all left-leaning discourse. And then, of course, you have the conservatives and the Nazis and the Jimmy Dore types and blah, 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 you know. But the thing is, right now, because of context, because of perspective, I'm just not bothered by woke scolds that much anymore. I think they're a problem, and I hate the gatekeeping on the left, but they're far from the largest
You do the gatekeeping on the left, right?
issue that our community has. At the time, I thought they were the biggest one, which is why you get these incredibly embarrassing statements like, I think these people are ideologically equivalent to Nazis, which was
Yeah, painting with a broad brush.
my really like baby version of utilitarianism, where the point I was trying to make is that they're more destructive
Why are you bringing John Stuart Mill into this? What the?
to our community than Nazis because they can destroy it
No.
from within.
Oh my
rather
god,
than-
it makes me cringe whenever he starts to talk about philosophy because he really doesn't understand it. He's picked up some words from like, I mean, this is like freshman philosophy shit, right? This is, you know, you take a survey of philosophy and you'll learn about utilitarianism. And if you're Vaush, maybe you dig a little deeper and you get into act utilitarianism versus rule utilitarianism. But yeah, this guy don't confuse this guy with a philosopher.
from without, which is less effective.
You love hearing Lucy Haze dunk on Chud? Well, I didn't even mean to
that kind
dunk
of
on
stuff,
him,
you
but
know?
apparently I did. I mean, a
Don't you
little
gatekeep
bit.
the left by calling tankies Nazis? Well, I call them fascists, not Nazis. In reality, everyone gatekeeps every group because if you didn't, no group would have any definitive boundaries or borders. The question is, like, how well can you justify that gatekeeping? And to what effect is it having on the community? The problem is that a lot of tankies are literally opposed to leftist principles. If you're a Dengist or a supporter
He's
of
he's so mixed up here because he used to talk about the Nazgul vortex. I haven't heard him say that in a long time, right? If you want to talk about leftists who border on like fascism, you look to Infrared Haas, look to Caleb Maupin, and look to Peter Coffin, right? Look to the Nazgul vortex, right? There are, you know, people who LARP as being communists or socialists or leftists of some variety who have very trad viewpoints on things, right? There is a real danger of entryism and third positionism and like kind of a fascist infiltration on the left, but it's not from the tankies. And if somebody is a fucking tanky that has those viewpoints, then like my real problem with them isn't they got a freaking Joseph Stalin poster in their room, isn't that they have a USSR flag in their room. My problem with them is the fact that they hate me because I'm trans and they look at my existence as a bourgeois decadence. That's a Nazgul. That's a fash. That's a fascist, right? That's the problem with them. Not
you are literally not a socialist. You literally can't. Everything you believe is the opposite of what
is he gonna quote Foucault here?
of what socialism is meant to be. So, like in that case,
Paz LaRouche.
I mean, is it gatekeeping?
Yeah, LaRouche
I guess,
is another.
but
Oh my God, LaRouche is a whole. God,
somebody has to
that's a
gatekeep
whole
like the difference between
whole can of worms there.
the colors blue and red, right? I mean, you can argue about purples all you want, but somebody somewhere has to draw.
But
a
yeah,
line.
seriously, stick around
Whereas
today.
the woke scold stuff is more like pink and red,
And in
I don't
general.
know. Do you think what you said could be hurtful to trans people, though? Yeah, of course, obviously. Well, you know, I get tons of shit for the stuff I said. I wouldn't have unlisted that stream if it wasn't. I wouldn't have unlisted that stream or privated it. Sorry, if I didn't think it was a bad look. Of course, it was bad. Pretty hurtful. Vaush, could it have been a manic episode? I don't care. I mean, whether or not it was, that doesn't excuse my behavior, right? I mean, like, that'd be kind of like a Weasley justification, right?
I mean, you got that right.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, oh, it was a manic episode. Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe, but I'm not trying to implicitly defend myself here. So wait, hold on. One more time, just so we can get all the arguments. Now that you have the full context, okay?
The left community online, particularly the LGBT
YouTube, how are we doing on likes? Can
community
somebody update me on the likes on YouTube?
is cancerous as fuck. If you're not an idiot, you will agree with me on this. If you have any fucking experience with online
So like,
LG
look, what I'm getting from him, we're at 40 now. Can we get that up to 50? I'll give you 30 minutes to get that up to 50.
LGBT or leftist discourse, you know it's
Yeah, it's only good. Gatekeeping is only good when he does it.
cancerous as fuck.
So I do still think this is true. I probably wouldn't phrase it in this way.
The words, the phrasing, the grammar. That's what was wrong, not the sentiment, not the meaning.
And in the broader context, it's yikesy, but the statement on its own here, I think, is true. So, whatever.
I mean, the best interpretation of that is like, look, I'm not going to purge the queer community from the left, but if they want to be part of our if they want to be part of our movement, they need to bend the knee. That's the best interpretation, and that's probably giving him way too much credit. It's probably worse than that.
You understand this. People are hyper fragile. There's
Yeah, exactly, J-Rock.
A ton of mental illness. And you can't convert these people.
So hyperfragility.
There's a ton of mental illness and you can't convert these people? You're literally saying that you'll take barely reformed Nazis and Nazguls over like trans people and queer people who you think are too gatekeepy.
Mental illness. So when I talk about mental illness in the context of this clip, and I'm going to shield myself by saying that ContraPoints has already made this argument, because there's a lot of trauma in online LGBT spaces and communities, and that trauma often serves as a glue, which allows people in those communities to connect and sort of build solidarity based on their mutual bad experiences. Oftentimes, coping mechanisms for trauma can be really, really, really toxic, both to yourself and to other people. That there's a kind of reflexive attempt to guard the purity of your social space because you have.
Look, Vaush, I'm not clutching my pearls. I'm trying to protect my community from threats from without, but yeah, also from entryism that sneaks in, like from people that come in and like, oh yeah, leftism sounds good to me, trans rights, yeah, but the second that you run into trans people that you disagree with and you feel like a bigger creator has done you wrong, you attack us. Yeah, no, you kind of just self-selected out. You gatekept yourself.
Difficulty discerning the social space.
Yeah, he's gonna name drop ContraPoints. This was a year ago, though. Had he had his falling out with ContraPoints yet? It just looked like we just had a falling out of the my bitrate for a second there. Hopefully it'll come back. Come on, bitrate. Come on, bitrate. You can do it. No, bitrate. Come on. Sorry, folks, if you're getting if you're dropping frames here. Should be back in any second.
From the political advocacy. And I think that oftentimes that behavior does manifest in a fairly mentally ill way. And I say this as a person with mental illnesses who has talked extensively about both them and the way I've medicated them on stream. I don't think being mentally ill...
I mean, this is kind of what we're seeing. Like, this is the definition of fragility. Right? When you can't take criticism and your response is like, you're all mentally ill and you're the cancer of the left, and like, right, there it is. There, I mean, that's
makes you
by
a bad
definition.
person. But I do think that if your behavior is motivated by mental illness, it's almost by definition something you...
But like, I'm gonna follow that up by saying that he's not just fragile, he's also weak. And what do I mean by that? I mean that he bends the knee to right-wing aesthetics, to right-wing concepts. He looks at the left and he says, yeah, I agree with your goals, but you're going about this in a weak way. I've got all this experience and knowledge of how the right does things, and I think we could all benefit from a little bit of that, you know, a little bit of that special sauce, right? That's weak. That's weak. Your weakness is that you don't believe in your comrades. Your weakness is that you don't, at the heart of things, you don't believe in your side, right? Well, it's just like, I don't mean to criticize. I don't mean to, like, you know, drag them across the coals for this, right? But if what you want to do is show strength, this isn't it.
shouldn't be doing, you know? Or to be more...
Yeah, you can, right, Deemstars, you can absolutely be mentally ill and still have hatred against mentally ill people. And like the whole thing that he's going to claim, or like that he's kind of claimed in various space, like, you know, his anti-queer rhetoric, right, is okay because he himself is queer. I don't know if he said that his anti, like, you know, mental illness rhetoric is okay because he himself, you know, experiences mental illness, but I wouldn't be surprised. And no, that's not how it works, right? Like you look at trans people that, you know, use the T slur to define themselves. Like if I were to apply that to myself, it wouldn't be me being transphobic unless I was like insulting myself, unless I was being self-hated. If I found it liberatory and I wanted to reappropriate that word, then there's nothing wrong with that. But there's a difference between that and me coming on here and be like, we got some real problems in the trans community. If we ever want to make it, we're going to need to assimilate a lot better. And I see some of you out there, you're not assimilating right. You're sticking out like sore thumbs. Look at you. What are you thinking? That you can have a non-standard gender, right? There's two genders and you got to choose one, or you know what I mean? If I was like that, I'd be Blair White, okay? And I'm not. Luckily for you, luckily for me, I am not Blair White, right? But that's what he's showing us. That like, right? He thinks it's an immunity idol. That's literally like a right-wing stereotype about social justice, the right-wing stereotype about intersectional leftism. That's not how it works, right? Being trans does not protect me from ever being transphobic. Like if, you know, I could be transphobic if I said the things that I just described, right? So what's up, Ribbons?
Accurate with that. If you're engaging in pernicious behavior as
and Blair White is, right?
Product of trauma, you should evaluate that and not sort of accept or rationalize the behavior because it's something that you want to do, you know? Victims of abuse will often self-justify a lot of heinous shit, but you got to work past that. So anyway, that's what I meant to say. That's the version of this argument that I still agree with. Whenever I say mental illness in the future of this clip, that's what I'm referring to.
I'm gonna retcon that. Come on. I know you're an anime fan, but don't freaking start retconning this.
Likewise, you know that people say that I call
exactly, Live Laugh,
trans women mentally ill. That's also clipped from this stream, and it's the same basic.
It's not you say clipped from the stream like they found you saying the word trans, they found you saying the word woman, they found you saying the word R, and then they found you saying mentally ill, and then they put it all together, but you didn't actually say that, right? You're saying it like you didn't actually say that, and you literally did.
Principle. I was including mental illness as a set of categories along.
Please stop coping. This is painful. Just to freaking admit you were wrong. You were almost there earlier. You were almost there.
Alongside trans.
He's one of the good ones, I guess.
Gave me a lot of shit online at that time, but the mental illness wasn't because they were trans. The mental illness.
Okay, no, I did here's what I did. When I heard you say that, I said, like, you know, that sounds close to a right-wing argument. You know, say that, you know, being trans is a form of, like, that's what a reactionary would say, but I said, I don't think that's what Vaush is saying. I don't have any indication that's what Vaush is saying. It's still bad. It's still one step removed from that, right? It's still not something that an ally, somebody calling themselves an ally, or whatever the hell you call yourself, right, would say.
Was the trauma reaction crazy over...
You're not an ally. You're somebody who needs, it seems, to disempower marginalized people, who needs to disempower trans people from our own liberatory movements in order for you to justify your place in those movements. Just like you might feel the need to justify your place in the stream by getting a sub, but I wouldn't think of it that way, right? Because if you can't afford a sub, you can't afford a sub, and I would never want to encourage people to spend money that they don't have on you know, on getting that sub. Like, right, you can sit there and watch the ad break. It's a minute and 30 seconds, and if you're stuck there, I feel bad for you, but you might just be stuck there. The things you might not know, though, is that if you have Amazon Prime, you've got a way out of that. You've got a free way out of that, a way that gives me money, that potentially extends the stream, because look at that sub goal over there, right? 2 out of 10. We're 1/5 of the way there. If we can get all the way there, then we will get extra content. I think it's going to be Marriane Williams and Bill Maher today, and a little bit of Tim Heidecker to boot, right? So we'll get to see some cool stuff today if we can extend our stream by reaching that sub goal, and that helps me out a lot. And Amazon Prime does just as good as anything else for that, right? If you don't have an Amazon Prime, it is $5 on desktop. It is $6 on mobile to get yourself out of that, to just pay for that and have 30 days with no ads, which, you know, sounds pretty good to me. Sounds like it might be worth it if you have the money to spend, if you have that to spend. And the other possibility that you might not have thought of is that if you're active in chat, there's a good chance that people will see that you don't have a gift sub, and instead of shaming you, instead of having to justify your place in the stream, they might actually just give you a gift sub, which takes care of you again for 1 month and gives you, yeah, whoa! Oh my god! Finvar out of nowhere with the 5 tier 1 gift subs. Thank you so much. But yeah, we got 3 minutes until that ad break hits. Yeah, that is very generous. And that's what I'm saying, right? Is the more that you're visible in chat, the more likely that one of those gift subs is going to come your way. So that's my advice for you. I don't like to see anybody get stuck in the ad break. But yeah, Finvar just saved 5 people from that bloody destiny of being subject to the eldritch god that is the 3/4 of the hour ad break. So wait, who all got gift subs here? Like we got a lot of gift subs to read. Wait, can I read them? Raspa Trash Bear got a gift sub. Phoenix Dragon got a gift sub. Mildred Seashells. Oh my god, they make it so a CDR24X got a gift sub. So we're 7/10 of the way there. We're only three subs away from extending the stream a little bit longer and being able to see what transpired between Bill Maher and Marriane Williams, and also Tim Heidecker's amazing parody of Bill Maher. If you haven't seen, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, congratulations, new subs indeed. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? And where are we at? Speaking of subs, where are we at on as far as likes on YouTube? Has anybody seen this? Tim Heidecker's new show. It's called Office Hours. He basically did a parody of Bill Maher's Club Random, which is what we're gonna watch Marriane Williams on, and he's so good. I've always liked his comedy, and this one was so like out there. It was so close to the mark of what Bill Maher does. His Rogan parody, 45. Hell yeah. Look, let's see if we can hit 50 by we got 15 minutes left to get 5 more subs and hit 50, because like seriously, that does amazingly. That helps me out so much. Every time you like the stream, there's a chance that somebody else is going to get that stream recommended. They didn't even know that I was out there. They were stuck watching Vaush. They were stuck watching Xander Hall. Maybe they're stuck watching Demon Mama, and they don't even know that No Comment Chick is an option. But she is an option, and she is out there, and only you can help them find me by hitting that like button, which helps me out immensely. Yeah, so when I first saw this clip of Tim Heidecker interviewing, who is it, Fred Armisen? You know, do people know Fred Armisen? We're talking about Portlandia. We're talking about Addams Family Wednesday, and we're talking about my one of my favorite roles that he played. And this is a little self-report on me, is that he played Soft Daddy on Big Mouth, which is like one of my favorite characters. Like probably because I grew up with a not so soft daddy, and I'm like, yo, what if I had grown up with a dad who was just like emotionally in tune with himself and very caring, and maybe even to a fault, right? Like it's so different than my own childhood, the Nick's childhood and Big Mouth, which, you know, God, that show is that show is sometimes very gross, right? I don't know if you're talking about Big Mouth or if you're talking about Rogan, but yeah, Heidecker does an amazing parody of Bill Maher, just absolutely destroys him. He appeared on in 2012 Simpsons episodes The Day the Earth Stood Cool, Yeah, no, he's in a lot of stuff, and I didn't even realize I was a fan of his acting, but I am.
Inflation of others' harm, like that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
People, they're not reasonable. They have to be excised.
Oh, there we
from
go with the
left.
ad break.
And it's
Sorry about
This
that.
is me gatekeeping, by the way, unironically.
because it's coming from dumb fucks who are gay. What is this person says they're gay as hell?
Hold on. Okay. To be fair,
Wait,
all
maybe I
dumb
haven't seen his. Maybe I haven't seen his Joe Rogan parody.
fucks are gay, and all gays are dumb fucks. Okay. This is axiomatic. All right. Many people are saying this.
Because it's coming from the gays. It's woke now. These people are less than human to me. I have no.
This is just me being really edgy.
Yeah, that's it.
I disagree with the
I
person.
mean, you say edgy, I say fragile, right? You say edgy like it's a strength. I'm just so strong. I'm just so overly exuberant. It just like comes out. I say you're just so fragile that the weakness is just coming out. And look, this makes it hard to build a movement around, right? Because if you're signing on to this and you're like a Vaush fan, you're queer and you're okay with this, like you're kind of bending the knee to this guy. And I don't think you need to. I don't think it's particularly helpful for him either. Honestly, like he's got a lot to learn, and like a community being okay with this is not helping him learn that.
And therefore you're subhuman. I wonder what community I picked this up from. This is just me being edgy. Ow, the edge. Oof, ouch, ow, my fedora.
Respect for these people. These people are fucking disgusting. You don't need to be a psychologist to see that a large portion of the broader fucking like woke-tard, cancel culture, idpo.
And it sounds so embarrassing too. Woke-tard, cancel culture, idpo
I'm
left. Like,
glad you recognize that.
it's not just the tone. It's like the language I'm using is like a inarticulate 14-year-old Ben Shapiro fan trying to describe why he thinks colleges are bad for humanity or something.
Yo,
Left?
but there's when you say woke scold, you sound like that same person. Come on. Like put it together, Vaush. Put it together. You're almost there.
Is predicated on shared mental illness. This is particularly prominent in the trans community.
So yeah, even though, like I said, I don't think he means it like shared delusion, shared mental illness, like a right-winger would say. It's something that if you're calling yourself an advocate for trans people, if you're calling yourself an advocate for queer people, like that's an indulgence you can't afford. Being that close to a reactionary fascist viewpoint, right? Being one step removed from that viewpoint, that's just like I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
So remember why I said what I said? The mental illness is like a reference to the shared trauma bonding in a lot of these communities. That is what I meant at the time too.
No, but like do you hear how different that sounds? I'm acknowledging your shared trauma, our shared experience. I have it too. Versus collective mental illness of the trans community. There's a difference there. Please tell me you recognize that.
But that doesn't excuse the rhetoric.
Oh my god, I
being
feel like I'm
used.
covering
I
him
was
too
mad
much.
as shit.
Chat.
But
One
that
in-
is, I
one in
think,
chat
what
if
I
you're done
meant
with
to
this.
say. It's certainly what I think now, you know?
if you disagree with me
Like-
on this, you're wrong. I know it sounds yikesy. It happens.
There's like 9 minutes left of this. Like this is React Andy time. Then we got So Edgy, and then we got closing thoughts. One in chat if you're done with it. If you're okay if I move on to the Chud Logic stream. Chud Logic talking about yours truly
Happens anyway.
God,
in
I'm so
in not so great terms and accidentally dunking on himself.
fucking condescending. I am absolutely not
Chat's on
more
board with
condescending
me being
right
done
now
with
than
this?
I was back then. I have definitely gotten less condescending.
Yeah, because I know that I sometimes like I'm a completionist, right? That's my fault. I wanna like complete the game. I wanna. So he just rewatches this, right?
Again, that doesn't justify them.
If all of these dumb fucks recognize that I despise them and think they're every bit as detrimental to the left as Nazis are, I am doing good. I want these people to know that they're my enemy.
So edgy. So edgy. God.
Okay, you know what? We can be done with this. If Chad is done with this, then I am done with this. Cause like, yeah, I need you to help me, Chad. If I'm ever going off on something too long, feel free to let me know. I'm not going to take it as a criticism. I'm not going to get mad at you. You're actually helping me out because I have this thing where I feel this need to complete things, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes there's not, like, I always think there's going to be like a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, but sometimes there's just like an angry leprechaun, you know, rolling around in his own filth, and I don't really need to see that. Here we go. Okay, so I found the Chud Logic clip. This is Chud Logic talking about NCC. Oh my god, I just realized there's more that we have to... Oh. Wait. I thought I had it. I know I have it. Like, yeah, maybe we can do both. I don't know. I always have more content. Like, I put more content on the docket than I really have time to do sometimes. Okay, let's see if we can find this. Oh god, there's that too. There it is. I found it. I found Chud Logic. Just like Lucy Haze, I'm going to dunk on Chud Logic now. Chud Logic. Okay.
What is this?
What is this? The context of this, right? Is that last Friday I did a stream talking about Chud Logic and his obsessive coverage of Olimey. We all know, one in chat if you know who Olimey is. Alurinati Olimey, a former member of the leftist mafia. One of my favorite, my favorite new channels that I found this year, right? So people know who we're talking about. Yeah, Chud has been going off on Olimey for, I don't know, like a month now, right? Within the past month, he has made 5 videos, no less than 5 videos with Olimey on the thumbnail. Right, so it seems a little bit obsessive. I wanted to know what was behind that. And surprise, surprise, what's behind that? It's racism. Racism is what's behind that, right? And so I made a slightly provocative thumbnail that I thought would be easy for him to understand, but apparently he wasn't able to use the context clues to see what I was saying. And it's really similar to the Chud Logic thumbnails of Olimey, the Chud Logic thumbnail where he calls Nick is not green the F slur, and you know, like, that's, I was inspired, right, by your thumbnails. I learned it from you, Dad. I learned it from Chud. I learned it from Chud's thumbnail artist.
No comment, Dick.
Oh, there's
no way.
No way.
No way.
No way. Here
Look
we go.
at this, man.
Let's
This
go.
is
Let's
fucking
go.
golden. There's a blast from the past. Holy fuck.
All right, there we go. So do you see that? This guy is an R asterisk IST, right? And given the context, right? And if you read the description, you'll get even more context for this, right? Of what I meant, right? Obviously A and C are the letters behind there. I didn't really think that needed to be said, but look where Chud goes with this, right? And I'm like wondering where this comes from. Yeah, she's a lawyer. Yeah, absolutely. Well, although Chud was questioning, like, you know, her law degree for whatever reason, racism.
Jesus.
Oh, that face is golden. So somebody shows him, God, and if you send Chud, a screenshot, maybe take your friend's avatar out of the picture, right? I almost want to, like.
This guy is a rapist?
That's the first thing you think of, right? That's the first thing that comes to your mind, really? I don't know. I thought the context was clear enough.
Racist? I mean...
There we go. There we go. You got it.
You know.
But this is the guy that did a thumbnail on Nick is not green, and it said, this guy is an F asterisk 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 OT. Tell me, what does that mean? Is there like a better version of that than you just like decided to call Nick is not green the F slur? And by you, I mean your your thumbnail artist who apparently has complete creative control over your channel for whatever reason.
Either or.
I'm not saying it's blackmail, Chad. I'm not saying it's blackmail. Okay, I don't know that it's blackmail. I don't know that it's not blackmail, but this is somebody that's been accused of something really similar with other content creators.
I don't know.
But I don't know. You know, maybe you're just like kindred spirits. Maybe there's no coercion at all. But yeah, that's. So the joke is that, like, this is what a Chud Logic thumbnail looks like. Salacious accusations, you know, kind of like a National Enquirer, you know, mentality in making these, right? And we just kind of, my thumbnail artist turned it against you. You got like next to nothing to say. Yeah. Hello. Yeah, I would play that if it wasn't copyright protected. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Would you rather be a rapist or a racist? That's the question.
Wait, why is it? Somebody in this chat says, "Is that a T slur?" Are they talking about me? I don't know what the context of that is, right? Yo, look at this down here, though. Michael Anonymous says, that thumbnail is kind of top tier, though. Not gonna lie. I mean, you're not wrong.
God, this takes you back, man. Fucking hell. It's funny how you, like, I've not thought about this person for fucking probably like a year or something. Probably longer than that. And then they're still there diligently fucking streaming away.
But you thought about Olimey for quite a bit in the past month, right? So that's what the content is about, right? We're not talking about you and me, Chud. We're talking about you and Olimey and your weird little obsession with her.
To the audience of retarded woke skulls. Okay,
so chat, you got a shout out. You can see what Chud. Did you hear what he just called you? There we go. That's what he thinks about us. Yeah, Finver, thank you so much for the gift subs.
She's just like an old Twitch pole head, basically.
A Twitch pole head? A Twitch pole head? I got called a Twitch pole head. Wait, do you think I'm still doing debates? Do you think I'm going on Wick? What do you think? How am I a Twitch pole head? Do we all know what Twitch pole is? Right? There was literally a server that Chud was part of, that I was never part of, that I was not invited to, that I was definitely not welcome in, called the official Twitch Politics Discord. It was run by some of the same people who put together the Politics Discord, and that's the Discord that's, like, in Vaush's words, like, at least half fascist, right? That's that weird reactionary Discord run by the, you know, the anime, the VTube frog that went on Wick's panel to say maybe Kanye had a point about the JQ, right? That's what the politics. So, right, some of those people made a separate Discord for Twitch creators, political creators, to get together and to network. Chud Logic was part of this Discord. I was not. I was famously harassed by people on this Discord. They did hate watches of me on this Discord. These are like my enemies, and he just called me like a Twitch pole head. That is so ironic. That is so freaking ironic, right? Famously, during one of my streams, a member, a high-ranking member of this Discord, came into my chat and told me that she would allow me to join the Discord if I were to say the N-word on stream. I could get in. I could be part of the fun over there, the fun that Chud Logic and the rest of these reactionary streamers were having over on the official Twitch Politics Discord, if I would just say the N-word on air. And, you know, I couldn't bring myself to it, right? So that's strange. That's strange.
There's some lore there.
Well, they're getting some lore right now from me, Chud. Yeah.
People maybe know, people maybe don't, but
Oh God, wait, no, we gotta keep up with this. Read the chat if you can. Like, right, it's hard to read right here because he's got his that's it. Oh yeah, so this is his wallpaper, I guess. So we got Jussie Smollett on there. And I think Anthony Huber and Joseph Rosenbaum, I think they were victims of what is Kyle Rittenhouse? Is that, do I have that right? If I'm to remember correctly, I don't, you know, I'm not a Destiny orbiter, so I'm not like obsessed with Kyle Rittenhouse, but
Nonetheless, we don't need to get into it, all right?
yeah, it's hard to read. But the chat is precious here, right? Come on, give me that chat.
Okay, let's
see
do
that.
a little
There
bit
we
more.
go. All right, what's chat been saying? Chud getting thumbnailed. See, like it almost feels like I'm turning his chat against him here. Just a little bit, though. I don't know how seriously to read this. Oh, Doomer Media reference. Yeah, unironically evil. True. Good call, chatter. In Chud's chat. Wait, what is that? I don't know, but either way, it would be easier to be black. Okay.
I wanted to cover that stuff that Tom was talking about, so let's quickly look at that. I thought she got bullied out of streaming.
I thought she got bullied out of stream. Why would you think that? Why would you? I thought she got bullied out of streaming. Do you mean like harassed out of streaming? This is what I'm wondering. Does this chat know some stuff, right? Yeah, I definitely did get harassed and definitely, like, you know, it seemed like they wanted to drive me out of streaming.
Well, I'm not saying that they're a cockroach, just to be clear, okay? I'm not saying that they're a cockroach.
So he's not comparing me to like a insect, right? Just to be clear, right? It's not to compare her to an insect, but
they've certainly got the resilience of one. Let's put it like that. Okay?
I'll take it.
Not being a Nazi. Just saying, if there was a nuclear holocaust, they would probably survive. That's all I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm pointing out.
I mean, no argument there.
Say more so I can clip it. Okay. I
Who's
never know more to
that?
say.
Say more
Listen,
that I can clip it.
Honestly,
These are
remember-
drama
God,
frogs
this was
here.
Going back now a little while. I spoke about Louis C.K. and my basic.
Yeah, I mean, like, the truth of the matter is I probably just stopped, you know, caring about people that they care about. So, right, if I'm not going on Wix panel to talk to a bunch of Nazis, if I'm not, you know, on like a Prime Kai panel, if I'm not, you know, hanging out with Dylan Burns, like, I don't exist to these people, right? I'd say the level of dehumanization, yeah, he, I don't know, like,
take on the Louis C.K. thing was something along the line. It was some comment I made.
So we'll get into this Louis C.K. thing. Does everybody know who Louis C.K. is? We all, one in chat if you know about Louis C.K. You know who we're talking about? What? No. Let me give you a better one. One in chat if you know what Louis C.K. is infamous for, right? One in chat if you know about Louis C.K.'s scandal.
Access to some other stuff that was happening. And I just said,
yeah,
why are people so mad that Louis C.K. is getting gigs? Okay. I think even at the time I said it sounded like he did something inappropriate with these women. But like, if venues want to book him and he wants to take the gigs, that's between him, the venue, and the people that want to buy the tickets.
I mean, look, what you're saying is, like, you know, shit's gonna happen. Like, comedy is an edgy world. People's memories are short. There's a cash incentive there. You know, people, you know what, like, right, if what you're saying is that he's probably gonna get booked anyway, like, I don't disagree. Yeah, people don't care about his victims. That's in the comedy world, right? That's true.
It.
But what he's actually saying is that you and I don't really have the right to have a problem with that. right? So this free speech extremist cares about free speech except when it comes to, like, you know, something that could cost somebody he's got an inordinate amount of empathy, and that's what's disturbing here, right? Like, I've talked about this before, empathy isn't always good, and Chud's showing a lot of empathy for Louis C.K. One wonders why.
It's literally no one else's fucking business. And if you
It's
don't
no-
like
yeah,
it,
it's-
you're well within your rights to not.
It's no one else's business. Okay, so I need to shut up and sit down, right? The victims need to shut up and sit down and just let capitalism do its job and bring back this, like, predator into the world of comedy. Yeah.
Not purchase a ticket. But what right have you got to try and get that event shut down just because you take bigger issue with what he did than others did, right?
What right have I got? Chud, now you're British, okay? So you may not understand this, but as a proud American citizen, my ancestors fought for my right to exercise my freedom of speech. That's what right I've got. It's something we have called the First Amendment. That's literally it. That's it. The first 48, we're almost there. Yeah, we're gonna get there. We're gonna get to 50. Hell yeah.
And I
Look,
think
someday we
now
gotta hit 100.
I may even rectify it further to be
Okay.
more favourable to Louis C.K. because whilst there's certainly a good argument that you know, he maybe created an awkward situation with his celebrity or something like that, he did. My understanding is he did get consent. As much as you can
He
be
did get
critical of
consent.
the nature of that consent, it's not as if he just out of nowhere did something. Well, they
Oh my god, thank you for the subscription, Vitingale. We're also almost there on that sub goal. And like I said, that sub goal opens up new opportunities for content, right? I'm only able to bring you the full measure of the content listed on the card if we get to 10 subs by the end of the stream. So, oh wait, no, sorry, anonymous gifter. Thank you for gifting Vitingale a sub. Vitingale, you get to get out of that ad break. Awesome. I'm so encouraged by this. Right, I think we're gonna get there. I really do. Okay, so like, let me just rehash this a little bit, and I'm gonna try to do it in a way that's not gonna get me shit canned. In terms of, because this is an awful thing that Louis C.K. did. All right, let me tell you the story as I understand it. Right, it's my understanding of this story. I'm not making any legal claims. Right. I'm not like 100% on this, right? So I'm just saying my understanding of this, right? So I'm not trying to, you know, I'm not trying to get anybody's lawyer's attention, right? But my understanding of the situation is this. Louis C.K. met a couple of female comics, and they started talking shop, talking about comedy, because Louis C.K. is a big, successful comic. And these two women were trying to make it in the world of comedy. So you get a big successful comic that wants to kind of have a conversation with you. That sounds pretty cool to me. I would be on board. I would do that. If I was a comedian, I would do that. It sounds good, right? So then it gets a little weirder, right? Louis C.K. says, hey, you know, we're having fun and talking shop. How about you come up with me to my hotel room? Now, some people might be put off by this. Some people might be sussed by this. But think about it this way. If you're like a male comic, would it be like out of the question for somebody to have you go and hang? Have you ever hung out, in other words, have you ever hung out in anybody's hotel room and like partied or whatever, just, you know, like in a platonic manner, right? That happens all the time, right? And if you're talking shop, you know, it kind of makes sense. So, you know, they come up to the hotel room, right? And they're talking, you know, and Louis C.K. says something like, hey, would it be cool if I took out my and did with it, right? So I can't say what the is, right? But I hope, does everybody understand what the and the is? He wants to take out his and go right? So, and this is a comedian saying it. This is a comedian saying that, right? And you're talking shop with him. You're all comedians. You're in the world of comedy, right? Now, even if a lot of you might have said, no, I have no interest in that, that's understandable, right? So, some people might think, that sounds like a joke, and I don't want to be a stick in the mud. And some people might say something like, yeah, whatever, like, like, right? And that's what was said, right? With the understanding that this has got to be a joke, right? Nobody's going to take out their and with it, right? That's not going to happen, right? No, literally what happens. And not only does Louis C.K. take out his and go with it, he does this while standing in the doorway. Standing in the doorway. In other words, that's your exit. But he's standing in it. Chud Logic just said he obtained their consent. Because when he said, I want to take out my and go with it, they didn't object, right? So that's consent in this mind of Chud Logic. So Louis C.K. did nothing wrong. Louis C.K., that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He stood in the doorway, right? Some people might think that standing in the doorway and blocking the exit, does that sound like somebody who thinks he's gotten consent? Because I feel like if you just wanted to take out your and go with it, and you thought that the people you were with were down for that, you could just sit on the couch and do that, right? If you just got a consent and they're cool with that, they're like, yeah, take out the and go knock yourself out, right? Then what reason is there to stand in the doorway? But that's what Louis C.K. did. He blocked their exit and went right into a potted plant. And they were stuck there, unable to leave. You're under arrest for attempting to Yeah, see, I have to be kind of coy with this, right? Because there's certain things that that YouTube doesn't want me to talk about, right?
They screamed no.
Are we talking about percentages?
There's definitely a good argument that there was an uncomfortable scenario, whatever. Anyway.
Look, having your exit blocked is a little bit more than an uncomfortable scenario, okay? But yeah, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. But it's not as okay, I can't do an ad break from this. I was going to say that's not as uncomfortable a situation as getting stuck in the I'm not gonna make that segue. I was about to, and I realized despite the fact that I'm using euphemisms like we're talking about something kind of serious. We're talking about a situation in which there were real victims, and these two women were forced into a situation that they clearly did not want, right? So I can't really segue from that to an ad break, but yeah, as always, there's an ad break coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. If you don't want to be there, if you don't want to go through the ad break, if you don't want to be subjected to that, you can use a Twitch Prime. You can pay for a sub yourself. It's $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, or if you're lucky, you might get gifted a sub. And we've seen that happen actually quite a bit during this stream. So your best chance for that is just to be active in chat, and then somebody maybe will see you and get you out of that situation by gifting you a sub, which does happen. So that was disgusting. Since the comedian said it, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. My understanding of the situation is that this is something that, like, you just wouldn't think that somebody's gonna, like, that's not a normal, like, topic of conversation to, but yeah, if he really thought he had the consent, there'd be no need to step in the doorway, right? So that's the tell right there. But Chud Logic is just hanging his hat on the fact that, well, yeah, they said it's okay, so I guess he's right. I don't know.
Anyway, whatever the case may be, that was my basic take. It's totally unreasonable to expect a venue to kowtow to your demand.
Oh yeah, so wait, I see the potted plant emote there.
To not host someone if other people are willing to buy a ticket to the event. And I think that nocommentchick took that and created some insane, some sort of like insane bad faith.
Somebody showed me his clip, right? And I'll show it to you right now. So just so mileage equals naps, I still don't understand. Just so we're clear on this, right? I want to show you the clip that was shown to me. Now I've done some editing on it just so you know I'm not straight up stealing his content or you know I don't know. I feel like I made it better. Okay, so I'm gonna try to pause this because like this is a clip that is on my clips channel, no comment clips on YouTube. Check it out and follow if you haven't already, because there's a lot of interesting stuff up here. When I can't put stuff up on my normal channel, sometimes it goes up on the clip channel. So there's that. All right, so here we go. Are you ready? This has nothing to do with James from the internet. Please don't bother James from the internet. I think, I don't even. Oh, Chud was looking at James from the internet's. So this is from the Chud stream. As you can see, there's the sub goal, there's the dono goal, there's Chud Logic's Rantsona in the corner there. This is a Chud Logic video that this was taken from, and transformed with love. Because you know I'm always transformative in my content. Anyway,
look, I don't think I'm particularly smart or clever. I've just seen some things, read some things, engaged with some stuff that's really helped.
Can you hear okay, or do I need to boost his volume? Right. So there's Chud Logic, taking us and explaining to us how the attention economy works. Chud Logic / Moro.
Help me to understand how this space works and how the mechanisms work. It's like I feel like a lot of people that complain about platforming, I feel like a lot of the critiques fall flat because I genuinely think some people don't understand how the algorithm works, how attention economies work, and stuff like that. Like, I think there's a genuine misunderstanding of how Twitch operates and the mechanics that are at play, and it leads to just really stupid positions that don't make sense. Because I just honestly think that. Look, think of it like this, right? How many times have we had this Discord where a controversial debate comes up?
So the attention economy, that is the idea that there's a limited amount of attention out there, right? So there's eyeballs. I've got eyeballs. You've got eyeballs. Thought Slime has eyeballs, right? Vaush has eyeballs. There's all these eyeballs, right? But there's a limited number of eyeballs, and so. Not everybody can get eyeballs on their work, and not everybody's gonna get eyeballs. Most people who post something on YouTube get very few views on it. There's a limit of attention, right? That's the attention economy is how do I direct attention towards what the thing that I want people to pay attention to, which if you're like Chud Logic or you're like nocommentchick is me or him, right? That's what we want, right? So how are we going to do that? And Chud Logic is saying, you could try being a good person and just having a good point of view on things, but realistically speaking, what's going to get attention is Andrew Tate. What's going to get attention is not Jeb Bush. What's going to get attention is Donald Trump, right? So it's a little tip of the hat, tip of the fedora, as it were, to the idea that you need to be spicy. You need to say something that is going to divide the room and have a lot of people saying, that guy's a piece of shit, right? In order to have the rest of the room seeing like, this guy's based. I can't believe he's saying exactly what I think. Oh, holy shit. Finally, somebody just for me, right? I think that's what he means by the attention economy.
And literally the entirety of Twitter is complaining about debates. Has that changed anything? No.
But the real question is, have debates changed anything? And the real question is, have debates ever changed anything for the better, right? I don't know. You tell me.
Debates are still happening. Controversial people are still getting booked for shows. You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is, right? These fucking leftoids, they're fucking Karens is what they are. They're fucking Karens. And they don't like the fact they haven't got a manager to call, so they either hassle the person that's doing it, or in some cases call their employer, or they fucking, if they think they can get away with it, they contact YouTube and Twitch to get them fucking fucked up. Oh, I don't like what you're doing. I told you yesterday, didn't I? I saw a tweet. I lost it. I didn't see it again, right? I saw this fucking tweet, okay, and the tweet said something like, the problem with YouTubers and streamers is they don't have a manager or HR, so they can do essentially whatever they like. I was like, yeah, you fucking leftoid piece of shit. You've just given the fucking game away. You fucking HR cunt. You've just fucking given the game away. You're angry because there isn't a fucking manager for you to call, you fucking Karen piece of shit. Oh, the problem is if a YouTuber does something wrong, they don't have to apologise, there's no manager. Yeah, that's a fucking horrible way to look at things. That's a fucking horrible way to fucking...
No, what's a worse way of looking at things is to, like, think of our content as something that doesn't affect the real world, right? It does. It 100% does. Like, but I guess if that helps you sleep at night...
Look at things. Jesus Christ. When I see someone that I think's done something wrong, and I don't think they're dealing with it very well, my first thought isn't, what a shame they don't have a manager I can call to put pressure on them. Are you fucking joking? What's fucking lefty about that? Siding with their employers. It's fucking crazy to me. These people are just fucking Karens, I swear to God. It pisses me off. Seeing a video I dislike and looking through their about page to find an email I can write to. I'm just bored. I'm just sick of it. I'm not gonna fucking pretend. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I shouldn't feel bad about stealing Chud's content here, considering that he's like literally, like his background is like a YouTube video of one of those walking around videos.
It's fucking bullshit, and I'm tired of pretending it's not. Okay, like it is fucking nonsense, right? Like, look, where's the fucking Louis CK thing? This is fucking like, look, wait, hang on, where's that tweet? I swear to God that some of these people, like they, it's almost like they're like, what is it you're expecting? What is it you want? Where is it? Like, Louis CK announced this tour. And, like, there were all these people that were, like, I don't know, increasingly obvious that opportunistic people see getting cancelled as a form of free viral advertising.
The attention economy, yeah.
Fuck this guy.
So the people that are doing something wrong aren't the people that are exploiting, like, the dark side of the attention economy. They're the people that are pointing out that that's what's going on. That instead of this being, like, okay, the guy's a predator... Maybe don't bring him to your comedy club. The comedy club's like, yo, if we bring Louis CK to our club, people are gonna complain about it, and we're gonna get free press, and we're gonna get like we're gonna do a Trump here, right? This is the Trump move. This is the, you know, this is outrage marketing, right? They do a little outrage marketing by bringing in Louis CK, and because they know that people are going to be upset by it, and then when people get upset by it, Chud sees those people and is like, those are the people who are doing something wrong. Those are HR Karens, right? Look, if somebody like corners me in a room, stands in front of the door and goes into a potted plant and makes me watch, I feel like I got a right to call HR. I don't think I'm being a Karen, right? I don't think that's something that I should have to deal with. But apparently Chud disagrees.
Blah blah blah. Like I don't know, what did he do? He jerked off in...
Okay, I'm gonna cut him off right there so that
in front of someone, wasn't it? Is that what he did? It was pretty gross. It was pretty fucking gross.
Okay, so he said it, but like, yeah.
He did.
That's what he did. That's literally what he did right there. You can...
But I just kind of think, well, what is it?
Wait. Now I gotta... Because I looked it up. I was like, wait, what did he do? Because I thought it was like more than... He offered them some weed. They offered him some weed. He turned it down, but he asked if it was okay to take his out. And thinking that he was joking, because that's the exact kind of thing he would say, the women gave a facetious thumbs up. Yeah, so they were like, yeah, knock yourself out, buddy. And he wasn't joking, and he did it. That's what happened.
But I just kind of think, well, what is it? Like, should they just retire from public life then? Is that your idea? Yeah, like, just don't buy it. Just don't, yeah. You just don't buy it. I don't know. Am I missing something here?
No, make sure that he can get, like, access to more victims. That's what you should do. Like, bring him on more comedy shows so that, you know, act like there's nothing wrong with him so that, like, more people won't know and he can do this. He should get to do this to as many female comics as he wants to. After all, apparently this is the only way that Louis CK is going to get that kind of attention, right? Apparently he's in a position where he's got to utilize his public persona, his power over female comics in this space in order to get that kind of attention. And he's literally going to stand in the doorway that's the attention economy. That's it right there. Him forcing you to watch him do his that's the attention economy. There we go. You're right, Chud. I didn't understand. I didn't know. Thank you for teaching me. I feel so edified.
Is there some sort of fucking mandate that you have to buy Louis C.K. tickets or something? Didn't he apologize or something? I don't fucking know.
Didn't he apologize? I guess that makes it all better.
Maybe he did tell some
Yeah, sorry I did.
Jokes about it. I love it as well.
He made some jokes about it. Wow.
People quote tweet it, and it's like you're literally just fucking spreading the news to what? To make some absolutely better.
I mean, I do think that sometimes people spread bad stuff by like pointing it out. I do think that that can happen, but I'm not gonna yell at the person doing it like as if it's their fault. It's Louis C.K.'s fault that he did this stuff, and it's the venues that brought him on to harness that that outrage marketing that are perpetuating this idea that maybe he didn't do anything that bad. And it's also Chud logic, like literally. So you know when he brought up what he did, Chud logic didn't remember what he did. His chat remembered. He was relying on his chat. Like, right, without chat, he would have just like, did he do anything that bad? I guess not, right? No, but chat knows, right? So he was like this close to literally siding with Louis C.K. and saying Louis C.K. did nothing wrong. And guess what happens? A few years later, maybe 1 year, I don't even know how long later, but not very much later, we're here. And he's basically like, actually, I don't think Louis C.K. did anything. I'll go one step further. Like, literally, my prediction.
Criticism that I was like a rapist defender or something like that.
No, I said that you came dangerously close to that. But yeah, in this stream, you actually go there. You actually go there. And here's what it is, right? And here's what I'm seeing over and over and over again. In the super mega situation where you attacked Lex Updog, you attacked the victim in that situation, right? You got a lot of empathy. But it's for some creepy people, Chud. And I just gotta wonder where that actually comes from.
Something along those lines.
But yeah, here we go. Watch what happened. This is the fun part. Okay, so we got through the creepy part. We got through the nasty part.
Are we really gonna? Is there really?
I'm sorry for making your stomach turn, but that's just Chud logic. Like he's got to not only like I said in that video. My point was you came this close. You came this close. Like maybe do some reflection, and then now he's literally doing the thing that I said he got this close to doing.
Gonna be drama with no comment, chick, man. That is a blast from the past. The thing is, it's like...
Yo, look at the chat. The chat's agreeing with me. The chat says, if you are closer to the door than them, it's more effed up. Yeah. He was blocking the doorway. Do they know that?
To you, she'd be fucking jumping for joy at the idea.
Like, that's... yeah, literally blocking the door.
Yeah, of there being some sort of drama to try and boost her little channel there.
Look, I didn't think that there would be any kind of drama. I didn't think that you'd notice. I didn't think you'd care. Like, right? Like I'm not important, but like, no, he's feeling the need to take 10 minutes out from his stream to talk about me unprompted.
Actually, the biggest thing that happened with her is she had these like serious like woke skull type mods, but like it turned out she had like these weird files on people. She had
any woke skulled mods in chat.
These like files on different streamers.
She had like files, right? She had like it's really creepy. She had links to people's videos. And she had timestamps of those videos. Amazing that. It's almost like she wanted to react to the content. Oh my god. Weird files, yeah.
That were a collection of all the kind of worst things.
The worst thing
to like basically, I don't know what you call it, you know.
And here's the weird thing. Yeah, like I did have some mods turn on me, and it was essentially over them crossing a boundary with me and getting fired. And at that point they wanted to end my career, right? So they showed these weird like file architectures, these folders, but just the folders, right? So it'd be like, Hassan. Yeah, I think Hassan was on there. What is her name? Lavaloon, right? Oh no, not Lavaloon. Anavoir. Wait, was it Anavoir? There were people that I've never talked about on that list, right? There were like a whole bunch of people's names in a series of files, right? File folders that I had never seen before in my life, right? No proof that they had anything to do with me. And the person that posts them on Twitter is somebody I turned down on Discord. Somebody who hit on me and, was a close friend of mine, and I didn't really know what to do. So, like, I kind of ghosted them for a week. And then after a week, I said, listen, I'm just not interested in you like that. Like, right? And their reaction was like, I'm going to go post, let me go post this shit on you. So, right, I don't know, like, you're helping a jilted lover to get revenge. You're helping a fired mod to get revenge, right, by sort of boosting this stuff, right? And it was never clear, like, what was supposed to be in there. But, like, I guess here's what it was. Here's what I think it was, right? If you put a bunch of names, because here's the weird thing, too, right? So if you know me and you know my history, the biggest controversy, the biggest, feud, the biggest drama I've ever gotten in was with somebody named Dylan Burns, right? There's no file marked Dylan Burns. There's no file marked aristocracy or demon mama, or, you know what I mean? Like the people that, like, I actually, have been attacked by or have been lied about by, they're missing there. But what was there was Hassan. What was there was Vaush. What was there was Destiny. What was there was big streamers. And they shopped these around to these big streamers to say, hey, look, this chick, she's going after you. She's going after you. You better cover this. It was gauged. It was calculated to get boosted by narcissistic big streamers who want to think that, like, I'm so freaking important that this chick she's coming after me. She's got files. Never mind what's in the files, right? We only got one little peek into the file, and I think that was into Vaush's file. And what I saw in there were literally clips posted by the fired mod on Vaush, where he has bad takes on, child exploitation materials, right? In other words, stuff that I never covered. Stuff that this person wanted me to cover, but it was just too gross for me to really talk about. And I really don't like to talk about, that stuff for just that reason, right? So, yeah, that's what he's talking about. He's bringing up something from, let's see, is it 2 years ago? I think it's like 2 years ago. So, something that was brought out, never really had any direct connection to me, and I still don't understand where this came from, but it's pretty clear what the intent was. Some people covered this. Xanderhall, for instance. Xanderhall covered this. Xanderhall did a stream about me, being like, we're going to expose nocommentchick in our files and stuff like that. That stream disappeared, because the further even Xanderhall, and you know how Xanderhall does, right? He's not afraid to, like, lie about people. He's not afraid to spread. He's not afraid to, attack his ex on stream, like, if he needs to, right? But Xanderhall, for whatever reason, took this stream down because there were just some things that didn't match up, and I don't think he felt comfortable putting his name behind it, right? So that's one video that never got made. That's one stream that's missing from his. In fact, I saw the Discord announcement from it, but the stream itself was taken down, and I think it's because Xanderhall just didn't want the smoke from being caught spreading, like, easily debunkable stuff. So, I mean, that's Filegate. If you ever hear about files, that is what we're talking about. Understandable, you mixed up Anna and Lav, two of the many women Destiny. The Louis C.K. of YouTube has, yeah. I mean, I don't know anything about, so, like, there were people on there that I've literally never covered before and haven't covered since. NCC is the Batman. Wait, that's what it says. Somebody said she's like Batman. Is that on there? One of the chatters said that. Okay, it's not. Yes. Wow, Electric Brain, you're like, you're psychic or something.
And it wasn't just like, you know, oh, I'm putting together like a file on someone because I'm covering them and I'm going to speak about them. It was basically like keeping a document, like a dossier. Like, yeah, like a dossier.
So if you put it that way, then it makes me sound like the German Stasi, right? The secret police in the German, and that was what Aristocracy. That's the other person that went after this. Aristocracy, I think, did like a lot of content on me. This is the apartheid anime girl, if you remember. The person that got caught saying the racist thing about Palestinians and has kind of left the internet since. That was Aristocracy. And Aristocracy unironically compared me to the East German secret police. Now, there's one little problem, right? Where you're talking about the police, secret or otherwise, you're talking about a group that has a state-sponsored monopoly on force and violence, right? In other words, if the Stasi have a problem with you, you might be disappearing, right? You might have some real trouble on you. If NCC has problems on you, what, she makes a video? It's a little different than the Stasi. It's a little bit different than a dossier. It's a little bit different than like, you know, some kind of secret police surveillance.
Like a dossier on every
But you can see how kind of how they center themselves and make themselves the victim.
streamer. And then one of the mods basically came forward and was like, yeah, she's really fucking insane.
One of the mods got fired and, you know, showed a bunch of files on streamers I've never talked about before, some streamers I had talked about, and then the only view we got into those files was the Vaush, you know, the same clips that get posted about Vaush. You know what I'm talking about? Like whenever Vaush is trending, you'll see these clips of Vaush, you know, saying weird stuff about CSEM, and I've you know, weighed in on that since. I didn't really talk about that before then, but when I did look up at his rule utilitarianism take on what's wrong with relationships between a minor and an adult, right? You know, I said it's a lot like what Milo Yiannopoulos said. We're at 51. Batman had a file on how to unalive every single message. Wait, really? Of the Justice League? Okay, I don't know enough about DC Comics to really... do we have the Batman thing? Oh, there, yeah, right at the bottom. She's like Batman.
She's got these dossiers on people. I've deleted them her end. But yeah, it's insane what she's up to.
Wait. So wait, this person claimed they like I don't know, because like this was kind of a troubled person, right? Somebody that got fired as a mod and just couldn't handle it and kind of obsessively, you know, tweeted about me, talked about me, lied about me for the better part of 2 years, possibly even contributed to the harassment against me, although we don't know that for sure. We just know that they were associated, that they were working with somebody who did, right? But yeah, this is like, in case they went rogue. Wait, like, do they do that? Vaush is still talking about that? No, this is not Vaush. This is actually Chud Logic that's still talking about this 2-year-old nothing burger. But yeah, I'd never heard that they said that they delete. That's pretty convenient, though. I deleted it. I deleted it all, so I can't show you the proof of it. But I took these screenshots of the folders before I deleted it. Like before I provided anything that you could verify this by, that you could, you know, link it to me by, right? Before I gave you anything of substance, I you know, deleted it. You know, because it's just too dangerous. Like, right? That doesn't really make sense. Right? Wouldn't you have like deleted it and copied it to be like, here's the proof? I don't know. It was, you know, I think Chud would call this an op, right? A certain kind of op at that.
So yeah, that was like, I think that was the point where she really started to fade away because people were like,
oh,
what
wait.
a crazy person.
No, you're wrong about that, Chud. So fading away as far as like being at the lowest level of viewership happened after the Dylan Burns controversy, right? After firing some of my mod team, my views increased again, right? So no, I've gotten a lot bigger since then. I've more than doubled my sub count, and my viewership, yeah, is double.
A fucking banal point about him being cancelled.
Oh God, he said banal. That's from the other video. Almost sounds like he's talking about Bane.
And I think only the most hardcore
Vivian Wolfless, so they're comparing me to Vivian.
woke skull types of trans people.
That's you, chat. He's talking about you.
Were the ones that were willing to kind of stand by her, you know? Well, you say women, am I right? She's a trans woman, so take from that what you will.
Yo! What is that? What are we supposed to take from that? See why I said stick around? See why I said stick around? Somebody says women, right? And then his response is she's a trans, I mean, like not really, right? Not really women, but you know what I'm saying?
I won't comment further on it.
I won't comment further. So, that I'm transphobic and I know that you're transphobic, but we don't need to say the transphobic thing because yeah, there we go. Yeah, dog whistle successful, wouldn't you say?
God, I remember she used to wear this wig. She used to wear this wig and someone took the piss out of her and then she stopped wearing it. Oh God, there's so much lore with her.
A troll. The only people to ever comment on my cosplay were trolls. I almost get the feeling that he knows who these people were, right? And from his chat too, right? In terms of wasn't she bullied off the internet? You almost get the feeling like that there's like a knowledge of what actually happened, right? You almost get the feeling that they know more than they're saying. But if you know more than you're saying, then you might want to get an ad. You might want to get a sub. I'm so bad at these segs right now. That's right. We got an ad break starting in 2 minutes and 10 seconds, right? If you don't want to end up in my secret Stasi files, right, where I've got all the dirt on people and I control all of Twitch politics, just like Batman, in case any of you ever go rogue, right? If you don't want to end up in those files, then it would behoove you. It would behoove you to get yourself a sub, right? And that could be a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub with that. If you use it on me, no more ads for you, right? You can pay for a sub. That is $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, right? That will get you out of the ad break too. And the third option is just being an active chatter, because the more active you are in chat,